Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the inaugural Black Industrialists and Exporters Conference. My name is Tim Modise, and I'm going to be with you for the most part of the day, coordinating the different speeches. We have a packed and exciting program that I will be directing this morning, and it will be followed by a deeper dive that will take place this afternoon, and followed by a delicious locally made dinner in the evening. But prior to that, you're going to have tea at about 11, and we'll also have lunch. Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, good morning to you and welcome. Pleasure to have you with us here. Our host minister, Ibrahim Patel, responsible for the Department of Trade and Industry Competition, our host minister, and your colleagues, good morning and welcome. The representatives of the Gauteng government, good morning, welcome. And we are here, we're starting the program. We are going to have a number of networks launched this morning, during which I will be calling on specific businesses and worker leaders to come to the stage. All network delegates kindly come to the front, where we have reserved for you to make it easier to go to the stage. And the seating arrangements are to my left in front here. So we welcome you all this morning and hope that you will have an opportunity to interact, to network, reflect, and deliberate on how we can strengthen the work of the broad-based Black economic empowerment in South Africa. The Black Industrialist program has supported 55 billion rands in loans, equity, or grants, and this has led to more than 70,000 jobs being created and sustained, and of course, 900 Black industrial firms supported. I'm going to invite you to join me in viewing this short video to open up our proceedings. Minister Ibrahim Patel, who heads the Trade, Industry and Competition portfolio in Cabinet, will immediately thereafter extend an official welcome to you, tell you who is here today, tell you why we are here today, and introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you.
The advent of democracy opened up the South African economy to entrepreneurs who had previously been excluded from the economic mainstream. Black entrepreneurs, bringing their talent and innovation into the economy, started creating new ventures and exploring opportunities to grow the South African economy and create jobs. Most, however, were confronted by hurdles in competing with established economic actors. Government then began providing support to overcome these challenges. Initial transformation policies focused largely on enabling Black South Africans to obtain a non-controlling stake or equity in existing enterprises. Later, it became apparent that this did not address the need to focus on supporting Black entrepreneurs achieve their potential through new enterprise development. In 2015, the South African Cabinet approved the Black Industrialist policy, which has been actively supporting the participation of Black South Africans in ownership and control of productive enterprises in key sectors and value chains of the economy. To date, the DTIC has advanced the objectives of the Black Industrialist policy through funding to applicants who want a foothold in key productive sectors of the economy. This has been supported by its agencies, the IDC and NEF, providing funding to eligible Black entrepreneurs, including those who would have had difficulty obtaining funding from commercial banks. This continues to be a journey of supporting the true spirit of entrepreneurship and fortitude that culminates into social and economic progress. This partnership has increased the number of Black industrialists active in the economy. It is a partnership that continues today, growing opportunities beyond local markets and facilitating the achievement of the aspirations of entrepreneurs across our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Black Industrialist and Exporters Conference. Join us as we celebrate Black excellence in business.
Good morning everyone. On behalf of the South African government, I wish to warmly welcome you on this beautiful day at this inaugural Black Industrialist Conference in this hall that's brimming with energy. Let me start with an apology. I want to start with an apology for the late commencement of the opening. Time, as you will know as business people, is money, and for that reason, we wanted to start on time. We owe you an explanation. The security arrangements for the conference required separate credentials that were issued, and there has been a delay. We've now resolved that delay, and it's taken a little bit of time. Today we will have more than 1,000 delegates that will be present. And of the delegates who've registered, we will have the CEOs of more than 650 Black-owned firms drawn from all parts of the economy. There are business people here. Businesses who feed the nation through the production of food and beverages, the growing of fruit and vegetables, the farming of animals who provide the meat that we eat. There are firms here who help to generate green energy and are developing new generation battery solutions. We have companies who produce steel and engineered products and chemicals. We have businesses who make clothes, the clothes we wear, the shoes on our feet, the sheets on our beds, the cosmetics we apply, and the furniture used in our homes and offices. We have firms here who innovate with new technologies, digital products, and space-age technologies. There are companies here whose workforce dig the coal and the vanadium and other minerals beneath our soil, as well as those who render the services, the support services that make it possible to take that ore and transfer it to the factories here and elsewhere in the world. We have factory owners here whose components go into the C-Class Mercedes, the Toyotas, the VW vehicles produced here in South Africa. We have emerging Black construction firms who have benefited from the competition settlement with large firms in the industry. We have tourism establishments and businesses in the tourism industry. Healthcare firms, some who helped us to fight against COVID-19, including those who made components that went into the production of the South African-made ventilators used in our hospitals. We have Black filmmakers who produce films that tell the South African story. We welcome small businesses present today who provide important services to the community, and medium-sized businesses who employ workers in productive labor. We have trade union leaders who represent those workers who are joining us today. We welcome a number of representatives of worker trusts who hold shares on behalf of the workers in the firms they're working in, with hundreds of thousands of workers now owning such shares. We have small panel beater shops who are here because they are today on the panels of the large insurance companies after the Competition Commission investigated restrictive practices and ways to broaden access for small businesses in our economy. We have industrialists who've invested their money, to build new factories, to expand mines, to develop new agricultural lands, to obtain the machinery to employ young South Africans. We have a large contingent of exporting firms present. Last year, off the back of the commodity boom, South Africa achieved a record performance, exporting 1.8 trillion rand, representing almost 1/3 of our GDP. And some of those exports came from black-owned firms present here today. We are now working with Black Exporters Network that will be launched publicly today to increase the volume of exports, to increase the value add of our exports, and to create local jobs. There are businesses who in many cases have shown resilience. They've come through tough times. They are here today. They've come through COVID. They've come through the July unrest. They've come through the floods in KZN and in the Eastern Cape. They're the productive engines that create jobs. I also want to welcome members of Cabinet who are present today from a number of different portfolios who are driving in their areas the Black Industrialist program. I want to welcome our host Premier, Premier David Makura, and members of Parliament and economic regulators, the heads of the competition, consumer and lottery agencies, and government officials from many different departments. We'd like to welcome 18 funding agencies who are present here today, who are in the business of financing small and medium-sized firms. They include commercial banks, development finance institutions like the IDC, the NEF, and others, and a number of funders who provide services to businesses. We have representatives of a number of retailers with their procurement officers and their head office buyers, and we hope that they will find suppliers here that they can bring into their supply chains. We'd like to welcome 142 exhibitors who are showcasing their products in the marketplace that has been set up as part of the conference, and you will be able to see their products when you go for coffee later. And because pictures tell stories so vividly, we have videos of Black industrialists, we have a register, a directory, a book telling the story of about 150 Black industrialists. This is the first Black Industrialist Conference. And today you will have 5 components that brings together the storyline. There will be discussions in plenary and through high-level panels with about 40 speakers and contributors. Secondly, there's the launch of growth initiatives like the Black Exporters Network and the showcasing of women and young industrialists, component makers, filmmakers, worker ownership trust representatives, and we'll formally introduce the broad-based Black Economic Business Council to Black industrialists. Third, there's a marketplace for products that are being produced by Black industrialists. Fourth, there's a series of excellence awards that will be given to firms and to individuals selected through a process of nomination. And finally, there's a media focus with a live studio by SABC, space for interviews, the release of profiles and videos. And all of this in the conference highlights South African stories. South African stories of firms and businesses that have been built from the bottom up, of Black South Africans who've used the opportunities in a democracy to build businesses that employ large numbers of people. Today is also about the future and what we will do. In February this year, in his State of the Nation address in the South African Parliament, President Ramaphosa outlined progress we had made with the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The President called on investors, on workers, and on citizens to work together to develop a social compact for greater growth, for investment, and for jobs. President Ramaphosa has placed transformation at the center of his focus and his agenda. And through the reimagined industrial strategy he outlined in his inaugural State of the Nation address, he's put the focus on changing the structure of the economy. It should be about industrialization. It should be about greater levels of localization of production. It should be about exporting more of our products. I now want to welcome the President of the Republic, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. I want to call on the President to officially open this inaugural conference and to give the keynote address. Mr. President, the floor is yours. Please welcome the President.
Thank you. Let us be seated, please. Program Director, Dada Tim Modise. I haven't seen you for quite a while. It's wonderful to see you again as you continue to do your wonderful work. Thank you very much. Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, Minister Ibrahim Patel. Minister of Finance, Mr. Enoch Godongwane. I also saw Minister of Human Settlements, Minister Kubai, Premier David Makura, the Premier of the Gauteng province, and possibly other premiers who may also be here, whom I haven't seen. President of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, Ms. Zingi Swalosi, representatives of labor and political parties and members of parliament who are here, and MECs, representatives and leaders of workers' ownership trusts, members of the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Advisory Council, which we recently appointed, leaders and representatives of Business Unity South Africa and the Black Business Council, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners who are also here, delegates and ladies and gentlemen. Let me also join the Minister in offering an apology for the delay that you've all suffered and being made to wait in long queues just to register to come in here. We apologize for this, and we will make sure in the future that registration processes to a mere conference do not delay people, because your main objective is to come and participate in a conference and not to stand in a queue to register to get a lapel or an armband. Today is an important milestone. It's a milestone that many of us have looked forward to. This inaugural Black Industrialists and Exporters Conference is an opportunity for us to reflect in advancing redress and equity in the South African economy. It is also an opportunity to discuss what we need to do together to expand the frontiers of economic transformation for the next decade, and the following decade, and for the future. Next year marks 20 years since the promulgation of the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act. An act that started its genesis from black business. Black business formations felt there was a need to define black economic empowerment and also to come up with proposals of how to broaden it. And they decided to set up the Black Economic Empowerment Commission, which I was asked to chair. And it came up in the end with proposals that led to the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act. It is undeniable that we have made gains in transforming a skewed and racially structured economy. By way of example, in 1994, it is said that there were around 150,000 black-owned formal businesses in South Africa. Today, there are well over 300,000, I'm told, but I think it's many more than that, black entrepreneurs who own over half of small businesses in the formal sector. And there are many more in the informal sector, as we all know, who also contribute to the notion of black economic empowerment. In addition to the progress in management, shareholding, and ownership of businesses by black people, there has also been substantial progress on employment equity, much more needs to be done. According to labor survey, the number of black managers in the private sector has more than doubled over the past 20 years, from 125,000 in 2002 to 350,000 today. And obviously we want to see much more than that. In the public sector, the number has tripled. As we reflect on the progress that we have made, we must also critically examine areas where transformation has been slow and where implementation has also been weak or non-existent. As this conference recognizes and celebrates the successes of the Black Industrialist program, it also needs to set out what our responsibilities are, individually, collectively, and all of us, to advance inclusive entrepreneurship in South Africa and to consolidate real effective entrepreneurship. Our Black Industrialist strategy is underpinned by two core commitments. Firstly, to secure greater diversity in ownership and control in the economy, which is crucial for economic growth, for economic dynamism, as well as social solidarity. Secondly, a commitment to promote emerging enterprises to drive inclusive industrialization and growth of our economy. Our strategy really aims to ensure that we secure greater representativity across the economy, all the while generating greater prosperity and employment. It is aimed at opening the doors for Black people to play a meaningful role in the economy of our country. And by meaningful role, as the Black Economic Empowerment Commission said, at the ownership level, at the management level, at the control level. Over the past 6 years, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as the Industrial Development Corporation, the National Empowerment Fund, and other agencies have supported approximately 900 black industrialists. Over the past 11 years, black enterprises have been supported to the value of 55 billion rand. And that is not Mickey Mouse money. This is real money that the government has put to good use to support the establishment and the growth of black industrialists, who we are celebrating today. And that, ladies and gentlemen, deserves a round of applause for the industrialists, not so much for the government. Because this has been a real investment commitment by government, living up to its overriding objective of advancing the interests of those who were prevented from playing a meaningful role in the economy of our country. And of course, government does much more than that, of an empowerment nature, on an overall and overarching basis. Estimates by the IDC suggest that the socioeconomic returns of this program have been even more far-reaching. And this includes supporting the creation of some 70,000 jobs and adding over 160 billion. Now I realize this numbers game can tie your tongue. I remember others who have had trouble. Okay, this needs to be said correctly. Adding over 160 billion to our country's GDP. Give a round of applause to that. The trouble is, when it is a lot of money, you tie your tongue around the numbers, and small businesses continue to benefit from preferential procurement by the state and receive support to grow and to expand. Now, I want to pause and talk about preferential procurement, because this is an area that we are focusing on, and going ahead with the amendment of the legislation so that we can consolidate this instrument that government has, so that through public procurement we're able to open the frontiers, to open the gates, to enable many more of our people, women, young people, black entrepreneurs, to participate in a meaningful way in starting their businesses, growing their businesses, knowing very well that they have off-take opportunities, and they have a market, and they have a customer that they can make things for, that they can provide services to. So our Procurement Act is in the process of being finalized, and it will open more opportunities for our black compatriots. The worker shareholder regime also continues to improve. Now, this is another exciting area where we've been able to make and continue to make tremendous progress. A study by the DTIC found that companies with employee stock ownership employ at least 450,000 workers. More and more companies are opting also in advancing their own empowerment processes to include workers as owners and we need to ensure that this becomes meaningful ownership. The Black Business Council has a number of ideas in this regard, and we want those to also be incorporated as ideas and as innovative thoughts as we advance this process. These successes are testament to a shared commitment to transformation and to deepened collaboration between the state, the private sector, and other actors in the economy. And yet, as much as we are working to achieve the vision that was set out by our forebears in the Freedom Charter, that all shall share in the country's wealth, we have not yet overcome the structural defects and deficits of our economy. These defects are persistent and they continue to run deep. They are reflected in the high levels of joblessness in our economy. Under apartheid, racist patterns of land ownership strangled the Black agricultural sector and in fact destroyed the Black agricultural sector that had been grown by our forebears over many years. Black business was relegated to the townships and to the homelands, the so-called Bantustans. Not only did they receive no government support to grow, but they were also deliberately stifled. Black children did not inherit wealth in the form of businesses and capital or housing. And this is where generational poverty was spread around. Because the norm is that you inherit something from your parents, you then grow it and pass it on to your children. In our case, collectively, as Black people, we inherited nothing from our parents and therefore could pass on nothing also to our children. So the generational poverty was the inheritance we got as our lives developed and as our lives were destroyed by apartheid policies. Townships lacked industrial and commercial sites, and the infrastructure needed to run businesses was completely absent. Many people, especially Black women, faced the obstacles to getting loans, business operating licenses, as well as premises. And even if you were a Black man, you just found it impossible to go to loans as you went to, yes, the very existing banks that still operate today. In those days, these very banks found it impossible to give loans to Black people. With the country's majority deliberately and systematically excluded from the economic mainstream for centuries, it is little wonder that self-employment and entrepreneurship in South Africa are at lower levels than most of our peer economies. In other upper middle income countries to which we belong, small and medium employers and self-employed people make up around 1 in 3 of all employed people in the rural areas and 1 in 7 in the towns. In our own country, the figure is just over 1 in 20 in both rural and urban areas. According to modeled estimates from the International Labour Organization, business owners in South Africa, plus family members who work for them, make just over 17% of the total employment. This is compared to 46% in other countries, for instance, such as China, and in over 31% in other upper middle income countries. Self-employment and entrepreneurship are the engines of growth and job creation in any other economy. They support innovation, they boost competitiveness, and bring new products and services into the economy. To a large extent, this entrepreneurial deficit is the legacy of the policies of the past. We were held back and chained to the backwards areas of economic development. But 28 years into democracy, there are still barriers preventing Black entrepreneurs from meaningful and equitable participation in the economy. These barriers are particularly challenging for women, for young people, and also for people living with disabilities. They are particularly challenging for entrepreneurs in townships and also especially in the rural areas. These entrepreneurs have difficulty accessing finance, accessing markets, technology, and infrastructure. There is red tape and other bureaucratic obstacles that continue to hold our budding entrepreneurs back. On a wider scale, there is also the concentrated nature of the economy and ownership patterns and inclusion from major value chains. This is a reality that was also recognized by international bodies such as the World Bank and the IMF, who, when looking at our economy, said the problem with the South African economy is that it is just too concentrated. There are just a few corporations that control everything. So the economy is not loosened to a point where there can be many players and entrants in various sectors of our economy. And this is a particular challenge, particularly when it comes to job creation and to spreading the entrepreneurial flair amongst our people. For this reason, even as we celebrate Black entrepreneurial success, our eyes must look towards the horizon. While we are here to deliberate on learnings from the Black Industrialist program, as well as other initiatives, this conference that you are having today, which is a historic conference, is also about shifting the transformation agenda to a higher gear. What we want to see from this conference is the makings of a new, improved trajectory for broad-based Black economic empowerment. We want to see a new type of approach to broad-based Black economic empowerment. We want concrete proposals on how to leverage both capacity and resources across society. Across society, because our main remit is how we broaden Black economic empowerment, so that economic empowerment should not only be restricted to a few. It must be broadened and it must be inclusive, and our people must have a sense and feeling that they are also included. We also want a frank discussion about impediments to the expansion of Black business, not just from government, but from the private sector as well. And yes, I do invite you to also talk about how government becomes an impediment to the growth of your businesses, and how government embarks on processes that, for instance, prevent your growth or even destroy your growth. I know for a fact that one of the issues that you will want to raise, which you must raise, is how, if you transact with government, we are able to give you opportunities, but at the same time, we destroy you by not paying you on time or not paying you at all. And this is what we also must discuss. We need to talk about that frankly and openly as we are making efforts to solve this problem of non-payment or late payment by government, and look at how best we can come up with solutions. And I'm glad that the Black Business Council is a participant here because they have a number of ideas, and I want to be here present with you until lunchtime to hear what your suggestions are. We need to talk about the private sector procurement, about value chains, about access to finance for emerging Black businesses, and about how existing systems militate against emerging Black business. Yes, let us be open and honest and talk about how the private sector can enhance the growth of Black businesses. We need to talk about the inefficiencies in the economy that affect established and emerging businesses alike. We should be discussing the steps we have taken and still need to take to significantly improve the state of our ports, the state of our rail lines and roads, because the disrepair of our roads, the inefficiency of our ports is what could be impeding your own growth as exporters and as producers. We need to discuss the far-reaching reforms that we are taking in a number of areas. In telecommunications, in energy and water, and the improvement that we are bringing about in competitiveness of our economy broadly, and also the steps we are taking to reduce the cost of doing business. These reforms are all necessary if we are to create conditions that enable Black industrialists to emerge, to grow, as well as to flourish. In particular, we need to act decisively and urgently to end load shedding in our economy, load shedding that is causing such huge damage to our economy. But I'm sure you are going to tell us that load shedding that is disrupting your own business operations and frustrating your efforts to reach higher levels of growth. Like every other actor in the economy, Black industrialists can simply not grow without a reliable supply of affordable energy. That is a reality, and that is the truth. We know that. We have done much over the last 4 years to transform the country's energy landscape and bring new generation capacity online. But that is not enough, and we need to do much more and to move faster. That is why I've brought together all relevant departments and entities to work on an integrated set of measures to add additional power to our grid in the shortest possible time. We are currently engaged in consultations with social partners on these measures, and will soon be able to announce a number of measures that provides an effective response to the energy crisis. At this conference, we need to come up with solutions to challenges facing Black entrepreneurs. How, for example, can the private sector scale up the mentoring process so that emerging Black businessmen and women, young and middle-aged and old, do not find themselves set up for failure? What support can the IDC, various other government entities offer to Black industrialists and Black entrepreneurship projects funded by the private sector, whether in the form of guarantees or other instruments? What role can angel and venture capital play in bridging the finance gaps that both aspirant and established Black businesses rely on for their sustainability? And I'd like to hear your thoughts on how we can begin to advance some of these businesses that have sprung up and that are going to be showcased today to the listed platform of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, so that they are able to raise more finance, so that they are able to demonstrate that, yes, they are growing businesses, they are reaching out to new and broader markets. We need to also find out how we can mobilize black capital in one shape, form, or other, to support some of these emerging black industrialist businesses. Many others have done it on that basis to support and grow their businesses. And how can we mobilize? Because there is a lot of capital that resides amongst our people. And how can we come up with financial instruments to harness that energy of that capital and bring it to bear to support these growing industrial businesses, so that one day we too can have black industrialist companies like General Electric, black industrialist companies like the big companies that we have that play at a global level. And how we can have national as well as continental champions that are well supported, well helped by the energy that resides in our own country. So I do want us, maybe when we next meet, I do want to hear that some of the companies are emerging and they're also going to be listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. They're going to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange and so forth. And I'd like us to dream big. I want our black industrialists to be big dreamers, to have great ambitions, and be listed, yes, on the Nairobi Stock Exchange, to be listed on the Lagos Stock Exchange, and be able to harness a lot of capital to be able to grow their businesses. That is the dream that I would like us to all have. I can see that you are so afraid that you don't even begin to realize that this is an achievable dream. It is an achievable dream. Another aspect that we need to also focus on is research and development. I would like to see the various black industrialist companies that we are going to celebrate today to also, at the next iteration of this conference, to tell us that they have embedded research and development within their own structures, and they are beginning to focus on research and development so that they can grow better, so that they can look to the future, produce better products, and innovate more and more. I want to hear them say they are underpinning what they are doing with innovation, with creativity, with creating new products and new services. And that should be done through research and development. It has been found that companies that focus more on research and development are able to achieve a lot more. I used to be associated with a company where one day I was walking around and met a young person, and I asked him, "What do you do here?" And he said, "Nothing really." And I said, "What do you mean you do nothing?" He says, "No, I just work here to think and to come up with new ideas. And that's all I do. Sometimes I don't even come to the office. I stay at home." And I looked at him, he just had jeans and torn techies. And in the end, he was the one guy who developed the SMS system for us. SMS, as you might know, was started here in South Africa and developed a whole range of other things. Be brave enough to bring in young people who, even if you bring them in and you don't give them specified jobs, let them come and imagine things and dream and innovate. And one of the other areas is that those type of people will help us Register patents will help us register copyright, patents, and through patents, we're then able to move to the upper level of development. The deliberations that you're going to have in this conference should result in commitments from the private sector to procure more from emerging Black business and to support their integration into value chains. And I see that there are a number of Black industrialist companies here that are linked through value chains with other bigger companies. We want to see more of that. They must do this even if it means changing value chains to accommodate Black business. Unless tangible, sustainable measures are implemented, we run the risk that empowerment opportunities will be confined to Black businesses transacting with the state. We want Black businesses to broaden their horizon and to transact with whosoever and the key players in our economy. We run the risk that the private sector and the big business in particular makes little or no contribution to the empowerment of Black entrepreneurs. We run the risk of stifling economic growth if we don't approach it on a broader basis. An economy that only benefits a few and does not reflect the country's demography will never be sustainable or be dynamic from a growth perspective. There can be no growth without economic inclusion and without a business sector that reflects the diversity of our people and our society. And this has been the real problem of our South African economy, because in the past it never reflected the diversity of our country and the demography of our country. There can be no inclusive recovery and reconstruction unless broad-based Black economic empowerment is at the center of our efforts. This is the main remit of this government that I lead. Forget what others are trying to do to fight against broad-based economic empowerment. We will continue to insist that broad-based Black economic empowerment must be at the heart of the transformation of our economy, and we will continue to resist. The newly appointed BBBEE Advisory Council has been tasked with advising on the future trajectory of broad-based Black economic empowerment as we rebuild from the years of slow growth and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Council comprises accomplished South Africans with diverse experiences as well as expertise in business, in the economy, in labor. Our vision for the future of Black economic empowerment will build on our successes, will learn from shortcomings, and must be agile enough in the response to the realities of the national and global economies. I am pleased that exporting by Black industrialists is one of the themes of this conference. This conference will be discussing opportunities to access other markets on our continent through the African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as trade arrangements that we have with the rest of the world. Tomorrow we are going to welcome President Ouattara from Cote d'Ivoire. On Friday, the reason he comes here, he wants to open up trade relations between South Africa and Cote d'Ivoire, and indeed West Africa as well. And this must be seen as a process that you as Black entrepreneurs or industrialists must participate in. Our achievements through the Black Industrialist program and other initiatives must act as the springboard to achieving higher rates of economic growth, social transformation, and expanding prosperity amongst our people. In conclusion, I wish to thank Minister Patel and his team for convening this inaugural Black Industrialist Conference. Through this conference, we want to establish a practice of recognizing but also celebrating Black excellence in the economy. As government, we want to pledge our support to the endeavors of Black business people, women entrepreneurs, youth entrepreneurs. We also want to challenge South African business to play its part. Established businesses need to understand that transformation is vital for sustained and inclusive growth, and that it is in everyone's interest that the substantial capabilities of the private sector are mobilized to support broad-based Black economic empowerment. Working together, we can grow this economy, we can create jobs, and we can ensure that no one is left behind. It is therefore my pleasure to declare this inaugural Black Industrialist Conference open and wish you all a very successful participation in this conference, and I hope the deliberations will be most enriching and show us the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Cyril Ramaphosa, for your remarks and also for the well wishes and positive outcomes from this conference. Well, there's still a lot to learn. The way I understood your message to me and to everybody in this room is that transformation is an imperative, but then it has to be transformation for growth. And I had the opportunity recently to interact with some of the industrialists that are being mentioned here that have been given support, and some who have started on their own initiative to grow their businesses. And within that short time, some of my friends were telling me that I've transformed substantially. From talking about offsides football, whether Bafana are performing to par compared to their peers or not, whether my piano is better music than house music. They said, you've changed. I say, why? They say, no, these days you talk about value chains, you talk about global logistics, you talk about input costs, you talk about energy, you talk about market creation, you talk about regulatory frameworks. Hey, who writes him? No, hey, things are changing these days, you know. You engage people, and this is the language they speak, so you better, you know, be up to par with your game. So that is the kind of transformation I think, Mr. President, would like to see, that we must start talking like that. And I would like to thank the industrialists that I interacted with for improving my understanding of what's going on in our economy. In a short time, we're going to have our first high-level panel, which will look at and assess the impact of broad-based empowerment, what we can celebrate, where we have come to in our journey, and that is going to be chaired by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Inaugural. But in the meantime, let me put the panelists on notice. Mayor Gloria Sorobe of Whitpold, Mr. Kuseni Dlamini, Chairperson MassMet, Mebusi Mabuza, Chairperson of IDC and BRICS, and Mesindi Mabasa Koyana of the Women Chartered Accountants to join him. I've mentioned your names, be on standby, and you are going to be on that stage to my left. But before you come up here, let's take a look at the industrialists that I mentioned earlier. Thank you. The dawn of democracy in South Africa unleashed entrepreneurial potential previously suppressed over decades and centuries. South Africa has reaped the benefit as black entrepreneurs have forged new paths in business, growing South Africa's economy and expanding employment. With a clear objective of creating multiple and diverse pathways and instruments to enable the entry of black industrialists into strategic and targeted industrial sectors and value chains, the government's Black Industrial Program has achieved significant progress and is geared to further increase the participation of black industrialists in the national economy. Industrialists are important to market economies. Their activities not only drive economic growth, the jobs created are important for national development. In the context of South Africa and its history, the need to promote the creation and long-term sustainability of black industrialists was the driving force in establishing the Black Industrialists Program. Indeed, the South African economy can only grow if we bring more black South Africans into the productive economy. A new breed of black entrepreneurs is emerging. This is a group of individuals who are directly involved in the origination, creation, significant ownership, management, and operation of industrial enterprises. By creating new products and services, they stimulate employment and contribute to national economic development. Allow me to take you on a journey as we explore the work and successes of some of the black industrialists in South Africa. Let us hear their stories and just how they have emerged as recognizable industrialists amidst the various challenges that may have come their way. The BT Industrial Group is officially licensed to act as a manufacturer, distributor and exporter by the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. We caught up with Mr. Khomotso Lekola.
Khomotso, pleasure to catch up with you again, my brother. Tell me a little bit more about your business journey before I discuss specifics with you.
Went to school, university, joined the corporate sector. About 15 years ago, I decided to go out on my own. I refocused my energies to trying to look more at systemic problems that the developing world, which is where we are, where we could have the biggest impact. So I went deeper into engineering, where we were doing water management on mines, and at the time we were procuring pipes and other durable goods.
Yes.
And myself and my team at the time, we got into a debate of saying, if we're going to be meaningfully impacting, should we be procuring?
Sure.
What if we actually made the products? We decided in 2018 to start producing pipes. And that's really where the story started, is that if you don't control the means of production, if you don't have the know-how, the capability, you're going to be subservient to those who do. We found South African private sector companies that were interested in procuring our product, but we also became very successful overseas. We have not done much commercial engagement on the public sector. So you can imagine now we've developed this really wonderful product. How do you then get it into public sector? Do you do it through a tender? I don't know. So it's not an area that we've spent much time trying to unpack. We've rather focused on where we knew we could make things work in the way which we understand.
Khomotso, thank you very much for talking to us. Sure.
MCR Plastics is a manufacturer and distributor of automotive interior components based in Port Elizabeth. We linked up with Mr. Morgan Waterboer to get a clearer insight on how he evolved from being an employee to become the supplier to VW.
Quite an interesting journey, apparently, that you've traveled the past, 20 years or so, up to where MCR is today?
For 17 years, I worked for Volkswagen, where I will be traveling the world for a lot of projects that we sign off with regards to the tooling. In 2019 was my biggest break within the market, to see that there is more entrepreneurs like us needed within the industry to become suppliers to the automotive sector. Hence, MCR Plastics was registered in 2017, but we only started to trade in 2019. Unfortunately, 2020 happened where COVID-19 was a devastated situation for MCR Plastic. Our breakthrough came through Volkswagen of South Africa, where we got our first contract for a local supplier within Kariga.
Morgan, thank you very much and all the best to you.
Highly appreciate it.
Ramco Manufacturing specializes in the manufacturing and supply of complex mechanical assemblies and components for the rail, telecoms, infrastructure and electrical sectors. Established in 2015, the company has a 51% black women ownership held by Mahuma Investment Holdings. The Mahuma siblings, Gwen and her brother Teboho, let us in on their journey.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about your business. Very fascinating story from what I've gathered.
We grew up in a family that was business orientated. The first transaction that we did, we have a company called Mahuma Investment Holdings. Mahuma Investment Holdings basically focuses in the infrastructure sector. So when we started initially, we started by buying equity into a company that manufactured roof bolts for the mine.
You manufacture petrol pumps now?
We are one of the main suppliers for Gibela and Alstom, who are manufacturing trains for Prasa. So we make actually quite a hell of a lot of products for them.
Which brings me to my final question then, that South Africa has got a variety of economic challenges. What do you think people should expect, those who want to be like you?
As a black woman who probably won't have access to a lot, unlike our white counterparts, it's true, that is the case. But I still say there's a lot of, vice versa, there's also a lot of opportunities because you're black. When we went to the IDC, we didn't think that, you obviously hope you'll get the funding, but we didn't think we will get it, and we got it. Because we had a great idea.
Thanks again for sitting down for this chat with me and also educating me in the process. I appreciate it.
No, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard as well.
On the southern slopes of the Soutpansberg, near Thohoyandou in northern Limpopo, lies a citrus and banana farm spanning over 202 hectares. Easy Farm is an operation founded by an agricultural pioneer, Israel Nemaurani, in 1990.
Am I?
Yes.
Okay. I'm probably the oldest of the panelists, so that's why he's starting with me. I think the first one, Minister, is that there's always a question whether BEE has made a difference. I have the privilege of having worked under the old regime and the new regime. I can safely say yes, it has made a massive, massive difference. If you have worked as a professional before 1990 and you worked as a professional post 1990, there's a big difference there. On the, I will just also say that people are always shocked when I'm saying the biggest example of BEE is MTN and Vodacom. People forget that even the way they were structured and formed, there were rules, there were conditions, the ownership and the conditions of what they should do was very clear, universal access and all that kind of thing. We should count that as our success story for BEE. Back to your quick questions. Manufacturing, why is it reversing? Is there an opportunity to do so? I'm saying yes, because we had done a manufacturing project, practically. And with a lot of support from DTI, we got what they call the infrastructure grant. We're building a cement plant in Limpopo. We had an infrastructure grant because we had to bring the power line to where we were, and they pay a 30% for that, and that's for everyone. And then the second opportunity was what you call Section 12I tax incentive. We have priced that to be almost...
Don't mention that Mr. Patel is fighting with me over Section 12.
Well, you fight, we've got ours already. Maybe you don't care now, we've got our Section 12. But we've priced that benefit of deferring our taxes up to 500 million rands. And I think as a manufacturer, you cannot not say that is facilitation by government. And I'm saying that with some bit of authority, because we're the recipients of that. Thank you, Minister.
Let's go to amendments, CEO, sir. But let me put a different question to you. You are a funder in IDC. A number of black business persons there will know the story. You've got a project, 100 million rand, IDC and any other financial institution says to you, okay, 60 million will give you 60%. Skin in the game is 40%. Where do I get this 40 million?
And so it says the chair of the Transformation Committee. So this is where the opportunity, I think, is for us going forward. We haven't seen any structures for collateral. We have to support especially black entrepreneurs insofar as collateral is concerned, and every funding institution will require collateral. So I think specific, specialized structures that are supported, especially by government, would be important there. The second one is the skin in the game, the own contribution. There I would like to see more of the established businesses coming in as angel investors. This is in addition to whatever else is provided. Coming in as accessible angel investors for the young people who are busy trying to build their businesses. We haven't seen enough of that in our black community. I think it's a little more established in South Africa insofar as the white community is concerned. We know for a fact that you know, an entrepreneur in my family can't come necessarily to an uncle. So those black industrialists that are established should please step into the fray there.
What's your take, Mr. Lame?
Yeah, I think we need creative structures that can close that gap. And to the point that the chair of the IDC has made, we need venture capital. There is no culture of venture capital in the country. We need the angel investors, but we also just need to get the DFIs as well, just to be more creative in terms of enabling black industrialists to access funding. Because I've seen cases where certain key strategic projects and opportunities for black industrialists end up being lost because there is no contribution. To your point, Minister, most people ask, where do I get the 40% or the 10%? It can be material at times.
Cindy, what are the key lessons moving forward? You've been in this game for a while as well.
Thanks, Minister. I guess, you know, it's a privilege sitting with the colleagues on the panel whom I've always looked up to, because as one of the lessons, I mean, I met Gloria when I succeeded her as a CFO of Transnet about 20 years ago. And key in that journey in the public sector, which trailblazed transformation, was that government always wanted to support us in succeeding. Even when you were hailed in Pretoria, the message was always, Ningas Port, you know, don't disappoint us. It was about excellence in how you deliver. It is sad to say that in the last 10 years, that has changed. And also landed a few of professionals into trouble. I bring this because the president challenged us that we must bring issues, the elephants in the room. He mentioned how quickly government pays, but also one of the key things that has destroyed entrepreneurship is the corruption that black entrepreneurs have had to face.
That takes me to the issue of procurement. There's always an argument that we need to use procurement as a tool of broadening the base and changing the structure of the economy. And the president has alluded to that. The key question that arises, how can we utilize that tool, but at the same time avoid this notion, accusation of corruption, efficiency, and effectiveness? How do we do that? Mama Gloria.
I think I guess the biggest thing here with this transformation thing is that we must understand that the exclusion was legislated by the previous government. And the government, this government, tries to unlegislate that through BE Act, Procurement Act, and so on and so on. The most important thing here, why I'm mentioning this, is that the apartheid government was very efficient in monitoring how to exclude. Extremely efficient. They put their best brains to do this, whether it's excluded from university or excluded from schools or excluded from everything. What it means for us BEE players, we also have to be just as efficient and put our brains forward to make sure that this undoing of that sophisticated instrument is well catered for by so much intellectual capacity and the energy and attention to detail. So when we come to this thing about procurement and corruption, if only people could just look at how destructive that whole system is, as to kill just about everything that has been done. We need to call each other out on this matter of corruption. We need to call each other out. The last thing we need is for black professionals to refuse to work in these SOEs, simply because by the time they leave these SOEs, they are tattered, they are destroyed. Somebody is given 15 years to be a CA and comes out of this system being like a rogue. And most of the times, they are not rogues. The system is untidy. We need to actually fix it.
Okay, we'll change the subject a bit. The allegation is that we're enriching a few. How do we deal with that narrative? Because it's beginning to counter. My view is an attack on the initiative for black economic empowerment. And people are then finding all labels, one is enriching a few. How do we get out of that trap?
So we haven't been able, I think, to get the information easily accessible to as broad a base as possible. If I live in the Vembe district, I should be able to know exactly where to go in order to get access to funding for my small or medium-sized business, and I'm not convinced that the information is as available as all of that. I like the fact that I think pre the BEE Commission, most certainly there was a tendency, because the BEE transactions were driven by the owners of capital largely, so there was a tendency to concentrate. Once they got comfortable with you, Minister, then you would get the next transaction and the following one. The legislation then started talking to employment equity. I'm a beneficiary of that. It started talking to enterprise development, access to value chains, and the funding gap, however, still needs to be addressed. And we can't, it's important for the development finance institutions, of course, to play their role, but the pie is so big that I'm hoping that the established commercial enterprises also see the opportunity to come on board. The last requirement, I think, is that when a person is not funded by an NEF because they don't perhaps fit the mandate, and they should not just be told declined. They should be referred to the appropriate institution that would be able to fund them. Then we would start seeing more people being caught in the net.
How would I, taking Vembe as your example, which you have utilized, how would, if I'm sitting up there in Vembe, get to know what are the opportunities available, what system should be in place to assist me to do that? Mr. Zame?
So just linked to the procurement question that you raised earlier on, what we do at Massmart as one of the big retailers in the country is really to be very intentional in terms of using procurement as a way to support and promote black industrialists. We have a supplier development fund that we set up, and the target there is to promote local sourcing, and we're partnering with local manufacturers that get offtake from us, and we also assist them to be able to export to our stores outside of South Africa. And in some instances, we've also leveraged our relationship with Walmart, who are our controlling shareholder, to assist local suppliers from South Africa to access the global Walmart supply chain. And to the point that the president was making about really having a continental vision of growing black industries that are not just limited to opportunities in South Africa. I also strongly believe that there's a massive opportunity to be captured globally if we target the top global multinationals in the world and try and twin them and align them with local black industrialists.
Cindy, just to take on this sector, Massmart belong to the retail industry. There's an allegation that is one of the sectors which is untransformed. It's one of the sectors which is untransformed. It does not do even what he's talking about.
Yeah, I welcome the challenge, Minister. I'm very happy to say we have a good story to tell at Massmart.
No, I'm saying maybe as Massmart you do.
Yeah.
But is that, Cindy, is that story can be extended to the entire sector?
I guess.
And I'm just citing not only that sector, there are sectors which are lagging, not moving fast. What instruments what government can do?
Well, it is true that the highly regulated industries, the ones that license, are the ones that have actually moved ahead. I mean, as we sit here, there's the Sanlam Gauge launch of the assessment of how far have we gone as a country. And one of the things that is coming out very strongly is that your financial services sector, your mining sectors, ICT, because for Spectrum, you needed to actually make sure that you meet some of the broader transformational plans of government. Recently as well, the sugar industry, when it needed the support from DTIC, the master plans are also calling for organizations to meet government's requirements in transforming the economy. BE has evolved in terms of, it has benefited a few or the broad base, because if you all recall, we could put it probably into the 3 phases. The first phase in the early 90s, late 90s, we did see your NAILS, your JCI, your Real Africa, and that led to an era where we also started seeing maybe some of the union investment houses. The second phase was when we started seeing BE looking beyond ownership. And that is when, after the president's BE commission came up with the different structures. And probably that phase is the one about black industrialists, in making sure that we're not just concentrating at an ownership level. Management control is a big challenge as well. That is what the assessment is demonstrating, because you can come and be my shareholder, but don't stay as far as possible from my business, because I don't think you understand it. So again, that demonstrates the importance of skills development. And I think there, Minister, the latest part of this phase 3 on the industrialists is where indeed we need to harness the entrepreneurship spirit in the country. Venture capital and private equity, it is clear that it is only in the last 5 years where we started embracing it, where we can allow management to also do buyouts, like that gentleman supplying some of the components to the OEMs. So I do believe, Minister, that we do need to also take the wins and move on and build on with them. It is an evolving journey, and I guess as we go forward, key to it is to move away from the tick box exercise. Are we all singing from the same hymn sheet as a country in understanding transformation together, that it is something that society needs to actually thrive for the same economy that we all want to have and thrive in?
Maybe we should, and take on that issue, how do we create that narrative where all of society are singing from the same hymn book? How do we do that?
I think, Minister, we need a common and shared national vision.
How do we develop that?
And we need all leaders from the private sector, from government, and from all parts of society to really unite around a common vision of making South Africa a world-class, globally competitive economy, and using transformation as a lever for that, having black industrialists that are globally competitive, well-supported locally, and with dominant positions and leading positions in key markets. And that requires all of us to rally around, as Cindy says, same kind of hymn book, playbook that we refer to, and that we can all understand and share to be able to work towards that goal of building sustainable black industrialists.
The key is not necessarily to you, to all of us as panelists. The key issue is where it's good to say it, but how do we make sure that how do we develop that narrative together? Sure, from government would be interested in doing that. What would be the step? I'm not referring to, I'm talking to all of us as a panel.
I think, Minister, I'm coming back to us again as the privileged ones who have been able to participate. I see this room is full of blacks, for example, and they don't come from Sentin. Abantu abagodu ke ngoku. People must go back to their homes and talk about transformation. We've got to highlight the opportunities for those people in Vembe, in Qentane, in Livubu, everywhere, because the opportunities are there. As we sit in these boardrooms, we need to translate what we hear in the boardrooms back to their lives again. So I sit in the bank board of Nedbank. I need to understand how this credit committee thing works, and why is it that a lot of people are thrown out of the system, and then translate this back to the boardroom and say, simplify this bit and that bit and that bit. Of course, don't irritate Liseja there with his National Credit Act. Do the right thing, all the risk mitigation thing, because now you know the language, right? You can be responsible as a bank board member and also as this rural girl because you know what's required there. Nedbank, we took them all over the country. We started with Akonhoek, because Akonhoek is a village with the biggest population in the country. And you're saying, how come all of you are not here? Whether it's Standard Bank or it's Nedbank, of course, they had to put up a branch. You go to Mount Frere, you go to Dobo, you go to all these places, you go to Ndwedwe in Natal. All I'm saying is that as BEE players, our roles are not limited to these boardrooms. We have to go out, go home, and actually talk about it and translate it in the language that is well understood. Agriculture is not going to be in Sentin, it's going to be in Livubu, it's going to be in Willow Vale, it's going to be in all these places. Translate that. Go back to Busi and say, these people have no collateral because they have no security of tenure on anything they own. Give them some slack, do something. Let's be innovative around the collateral. That's really what we should be doing.
And Minister, we've been shy, I think, to talk about the success stories. If I may go back to the examples that have been mentioned by my colleagues. Telecom sector, the license is currency, and it was currency. A lot of people benefited from that. The mining sector, even if people exit, that license is currency. Gaming, we've had successes there that we haven't talked about enough. So I'm concerned, for example, that we have missed perhaps a window of opportunity insofar as renewable energy procurement program was concerned. There was a BEE requirement there, but that license wasn't given to the black business person and therefore became currency to them. I think if we kept up that kind of opportunity open, and there will be opportunities that are similar going forward, I'm hoping that we'll see more of those. If we talk about where we've succeeded, we'll be able to reinforce those lessons going forward.
Here's the point. Cindy says, yes, we've been successful in regulated sectors. There are sectors which are not regulated, which are untransformed. What instruments or incentives or anything, I'm not necessarily saying beat them up, it may well be what you need to incentivize them to do. Take the positive journey of transformation. Are there any instruments we could use?
Except for tax incentives.
I don't know. When you talk about taxes, I get worried because...
Get nervous. I think, Minister, there is no substitute for setting the right tone from the top. We need leaders that embrace transformation. At board level, you need the right tone. At the CEO level, you need the right tone. We are pleased with the progress we've made in our business at Massmart, for example. Our board is transformed. In terms of procurement, we source 11.7 billion from black-owned companies, 1.7 of which is from small businesses, which have a turnover of up to 50 million rand per year.
But Mr. Patel may say, Mr. Patel may say, Massmart is an exception because some of those conditions are conditions of the sale. So, which means it does not apply to all the sector as a whole. Massmart becomes an exception in that sector.
What I would like to give credit to is Minister Patel, his visionary leadership. He was very instrumental in the setting up of the Massmart Supply Development Program, which has done incredible work, and we're continuing to work with the DTIC team to do even more. We're encouraging our colleagues in the retail sector to do so. Some of them come to us to share, to learn from us and ask for advice. But I think you need an industry-wide in scaling up of our approach to supporting transformation. It can't just be one company. It can't just be a few. It has got to be something that cuts across the entire economy and across all sectors.
Cindy, that was your point.
That was my point, Minister. And I guess one of the things that became very clear as citizens of the country was the looting in KZN, where, yes, there could have been other elements to it, but core was where people felt they had nothing to lose because they had nothing anyway. And we were very robust in our conversations around the township economy, which meant we needed to have visible plans. That conversation, I must be honest, rose, and it's faint at the moment. So it is important that we are very clear around some of those plans. And the issue of leadership, as Kuseni says, is very important in setting that tone, because even as we speak about black entrepreneurs, there are certain behaviors. There is also, it's not everybody who's an entrepreneur, but if we want to play in that space, there's also a discipline, and some of the things that we also, when we talk about skills and development, it's not just the hardcore skills. There are also the soft skills in how we will succeed sustainably for generations to come. Because again, we need to probably start moving away from a mentality of being spenders. It's sad as a country when, it's a great business. I can imagine the July handicap, but when we are also ridiculed around the spending mode, in terms of how many bags or how many, that were bought for just that weekend could have taken so many children to school. So it's also a mindset of everybody. So that whole conversation as a people is very important amongst ourselves, starting from the top and even in our families. The issue of transformation is a conversation across the vertical lines. As an entrepreneur now, I also come from a broad-based environment, because we were fortunate in trying to build the number of black women CAs because we felt the sense of giving back. When we woke up at the time, there were few of us, only 2% in the country, and now we are 15%, but still of a 50,000 that must support this growth in the economy that we need. We've only got 50,000 chartered accountants in the country. I'm talking everybody. So when we looked at an investment holding company that was broad-based to look at the black women CAs to also play in this entrepreneurial space, it became clear that you still need the few who have the passion in being entrepreneurs to lead. So both can exist, because we also have been challenged in that they are the broad-based, and yet some of the companies are saying, I want to see you rolling your sleeves and doing the hard work in growing the businesses that we are raising our hands for. So I do believe that there is space for both, because some of us will want to be financial investors and others will want to actually run the businesses. And I know this is a conversation that the BE Commissioner has been very passionate about, in saying she would like to see us knowing and diving into the businesses that we are investing in. And thanks to Minister Patel giving us a practice note around how we manage some of those intricacies amongst ourselves with our own ambitions as black people.
I'm sure when you talk about township economy, is music in somebody else's ears sitting there. Mr. Pakstow is driving that is even made past legislation in the Gauteng legislature for township economy. How can that, to what extent can that be a critical factor moving forward?
The infrastructure in the townships, Minister, the industrial parks that we grew up seeing. As black people, we don't even own the bread value chain. During the looting, we couldn't find bread, we couldn't have bread. We needed to still, we're crying that the factories are closed. So just something like that. The taxi industry, we do not own the full value chain. So there are some hanging fruit where we are actually right there at the doorstep, and we need to make sure that we unpack and participate across the value chain. The financiers of taxis are not black people. The manufacturers of the taxis are not black people. The panel beating centers. So those are some of the things, ministers, that are actually right here in front of us and at the doorstep of our townships.
If one day you were to wake up in Mr. Patel's shoes, and you're asked with this challenge, we have to evaluate this black economic empowerment. This is where we are now. Where to from here? Now, you wake up with Mr. Patel, you have got to say, I've got to take this thing boldly. What would you do?
First, I don't like his shoes. Very stylish. We'll make up minister during lunch. I think where to take it from here is that we do have, we haven't done enough, but we have enough of the capacity, as in people who have practice in the space. And so the big thing is to oblige those, to assist government to do more. By that I mean, we now know the tricks of the trade. We have seen sham transactions. We have seen, we've been hit hard by that the Financial Services Charter is still not getting there. It's still requiring things that people don't have. We've seen a lot of things.
What are you saying about me?
I'll bring that to you. And then we've also seen, for example, how, in spite of how we want to be strong in agriculture, we are very strong in agriculture.
No, when there wasn't
yes, we are dependent on input players, fertilizers, and all of that. We've seen the shenanigans there where we're doing the maize farming in Eastern Cape, rural Eastern Cape. Nobody has ever been there. And what do the input providers do? They bring their expired products. They bring their third-grade things. Of course, those things cannot work. And so you have to go back to them. Omnia, I will call you out until you fix it. And of course, we get first-grade input fertilizers. Now, we get first-grade fertilizers like everyone else. So what I'm saying is that maybe we can put some burden on the few who have seen the possibility of being empowered already to make sure that they do more than they are actually called to do. Yes, we are entrepreneurs, but there's a social element to it. We have to go back and actually make sure that this thing is translating broader. And of course, we still have to come back to government and say, Minister Didiza, but those roads and those bridges are smaller than the equipment we own. So Minister Didiza must go to Minister Mbalo and say, put those bridges there, make those roads waterproof because it rains there, that's why we are there. And so, but to share with government with practical things as opposed to just whinging is really what we have to do.
I've taken over from the president. I've appointed you as ministers of trade and industry for a moment.
We're so sensitive at some stage, Minister, that women were being excluded from the transformation that the country was driving. We continue to be because that hasn't been fully addressed yet. We are not showing the sensitivity to the youth being left behind. I think we need to start paying particular attention to how youth can be included in this drive towards a more inclusive economy. I don't think our companies will be healthy until we find some kind of working model of employee-worker participation. There are examples that are working. We need to learn from those and deepen that. The final thing that I personally like is the opportunity of the retail schemes, but it's of course outside of the Black Industrialists opportunity.
Let me just say, the World Bank has published a report. They normally do an update in every 2 years about South Africa. One of the reports they published was the level of concentration in the economy. Recently, the Competition Commission has published the same kind of talking about the level of concentration in the economy. How does that impact both on spreading the cake and on developing black industrialists?
I think, Minister, that can be an impediment in terms of creating opportunities for new entrants in certain key sectors. It's something that requires very smart regulations, and I think Minister Patel and his colleagues are very much capable of helping us with that in terms of coming up with mechanisms that will open up spaces. You are right, there is a lot of concentration in certain sectors of the economy, but also having said that, if we look at some of our companies in global terms, they tend not to be as big as other multinational companies. We do need African global champions in the global economy that can be leaders in this or that industry. Take the likes of Samsung, for example. Take the likes of GE. President was mentioning GE earlier on.
Yeah.
We need to conceptualize and come with some ideas to create global champions that are from South Africa while democratizing access to for black industrialists to the local economy, because that is a barrier.
In 2 minutes, now all of you, moving from you back, what do you want to say about black industry? Tell a message to the President and Mr. Patel. What is to be done?
We definitely need to see an enhancement
2 minutes.
of new cakes, because it's not about slicing the cake into thin slices. For example, industries that are new, we need to then make sure that black businesses are leading in those industries. The biofuels, for example, Minister, in the sugarcane business, as we diversify away from sugar, the fintech space, we need the new industries to be driven by black people.
Mr. Kusa?
First point from my side, I'll say to Minister Patel and the President, we've come thus far, we've noted the successes, but we still have a lot to do. We now have 900 black industrialists. What is the target for next year, for the year after? And secondly, can we set clear targets on black industrialists that are going to be part of the top 20 companies in the stock exchange in South Africa, top 40? Can we be intentional about that and create the supportive and ecosystem that will enable that to happen? And we also need to be intentional about globalizing our black industrialists so that they're not just confined to South Africa. There's an 8 billion population out there that needs the products that are being produced by companies from South Africa.
The policies are sound. Let's see more and better implementation of those policies. And where we identify gaps, such as the funding gaps, you raised the collateral and the own contribution gaps, let's be innovative and creative around supporting that, because then we'll be able to achieve the intentions.
Your parting shot.
My parting shot, you said we must address the President and
Mr. Patel.
And Mr. Patel.
Although you don't want his shoes.
The first one, I would say that, and I speak now on behalf of the black professionals, can government just leave them alone? Let them do what they are trained to do. We want them to come back into the SOEs, and most of these SOEs, that's the only privilege you have, to be an aviation specialist, to be a railway specialist, to be the ports, to be Denel, and all of those complicated things. You can only find them there, to be an authority on pipelines. And so if we cannot get these black professionals into these entities, simply because they are suffocated by government sometimes with seriously corrupt instructions, we are contaminating them, we're killing them, and we have lost them. We just want to bring them back again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is the end of this first session of and I thank my panelists. I think the message has come through that transformation is here, and transformation has been successful. When it has all its pitfalls, we must correct those pitfalls and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Godongwana and your panelists for sharing your insights and raising issues in such a sharp manner for this nation to consider as we make our way forward, trying to transform the economy whilst making sure that we grow it at the same time. One more time, thank you very much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I'm going to ask you to come to the stage so that you can meet some of the newly appointed members of the Black Business or Triple BEE Council, Black Economic Empowerment Advisory Council, that you appointed recently. And today is going to offers us an opportunity to showcase the work being done to cluster, coordinate, and bring together groups of exporters, industrial innovators, filmmakers, and other South Africans engaged in value-adding activities in the productive sector of the economy. And now I'm going to call on the members of the council to come and meet with the president here on stage. President Cyril Ramaphosa, if you can please come and join us here for the photo opportunity. The council is made up of the following, and please come forward as I call your name. Dr. Tabise Moleko, an academic specialist on industrial development funding. Sbongile Sambo, who runs a company in the aviation services sector. Sibusiso Mapatiani, Black Industrialist, runs his own metal foundry business. Kanki Matabane, who is CEO of the Black Business Council. Mayor Gloria Sorobe, please come back, the founder of Whiphold Investments. Ajay Lulu, Chartered Accountant and Triple BE Specialist. Mayor Louise Tipe, Senior Leader in the Labor Movement. Ms. Bakalen Gwenya, Young Trade Unionist and Researcher. Mr. Kashif Wickham, who leads the Progressive Professionals Forum. Dr. Lulu Gwagwa, Academic Spatial Development Planner, businesswoman. Tulani Chifuta, who represents the Community Constituency and Youth Movement at NEDLEC. James Hodge, Chief Economist at the Competition Commission. Ms. Katu Lambani Makwela, Director of Company in the Healthcare Sector. And Ms. Irene Dimakatso Morati, a young internal auditor. And this offers us an opportunity to introduce the council that plays an important advisory role on BEE matters to the nation. And this is an opportunity to take a picture with the president. I'm also going to ask the Black Exporter Network members to start preparing to come forward. The Black Export Network, made up of several companies, including Amangoma Resources, Blendtech, Dorsett Food Corporation, Desoft, Eastern Trading, Elegant Line, Chemicals, Epic Food, Flat Food, GM Boilers, Ikusasa Green, Laser Mold, and several other companies. Please, if you are a member of the Black Export Network, come forward, and there is an MOU that's going to be signed between the representative and the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, Minister Ibrahim Patel. Be on standby. As I've said, in the meantime, please come forward, members of the Black Exporter Network. We will be calling on stage other formations, the Black Industrial Innovators, Sustainability Firms, and Beneficiation Businesses, be on standby to meet the President, as well as the Black filmmakers. We will be giving you the opportunity. But for now, we are going to have the signing ceremony or signing opportunity, the MOU partnership with the government, the Black Exporter Network representatives. The other members, please line up next to the President so pictures can be taken. I've called on several companies so far: Smith Capital, Technology Bains Transformer, Loaded Life Trading, Black Exporters Network includes Kopano Brickworks, Makwande Supply and Distribution, Mutle Mining Projects, Nkomazi Cotton Development Project, Ario, the Ario company as well, Met Press, Mutlalifi Engineering, Naledi Rail, Nescon Flexibles, Makarenge Electrical Industries, MC Designs. Yes, yes, yes. Minister Ibrahim Patel and Minister Togo Titiz are signing an agreement with the Black Exporters Network. In the meantime, the Black Industrial Innovators, Sustainability Firms, and Beneficiation Businesses be on standby. This is a network that's been launched today, and it's made up of the following companies: Dalisu Holdings, Makamisa Foods, Yamezela Metering, Nkrumah Textile and Clothing, Cavalli Chemical Group, Eastern Trading Company, Madedi Pets, Mukatangi Farming Operations, VM Automotive, Mtembu Tissue Covering, Remco Manufacturing, Ario, Sems Tissue, Nyanza Light Metals, ZA Gear, Procurex Advisory. Please come to the stage. And then the automotive network be on standby. Factor Code, Annex Logistics, Delberg Engineering, MSF Trailers, Steelworks Projects, MCR Plastics, Ocean Peaks Trading, Dunlop Belting, Steel Best Manufacturing, and&C Maintenance and Spares, Dalama Amateur Winders, Remco Manufacturing, part of that group, CZ Electronics Manufacturing, Mbali Industrial Solutions, Oil Spill Excellence, Fire Raiders, Agent P. Pather Capital, Taleka Manufacturing and Africa Auto Group. Oh, they've taken the table away. Okay. All right, we're also going to have an MOU signed. If we can get the table back and the chair so the minister can, together with the representative, sign an MOU with this particular group of the industrial innovators, sustainability, and beneficiation businesses. Oh, let's do all of them. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Now this is the photo opportunity for the automotive sector. Oh, Terence, Duma. Yeah. Yes, one more, but no. Sure. Later. And we'll be doing everything. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. No. I'm still calling Alan. Okay, I hope we've got all the filmmakers representatives here on stage with the president. I hope you made it to the stage. But let's move on. And now we are going to focus on the groups that are strengthening the impact of transformation. And for the next photo opportunity, I'm calling on Minister Ibrahim Patel to join the president on stage. Minister Ibrahim Patel, please come to the stage and join the president. And here we're going to talk about Worker Owners Network, the network of women industrialists, network on localization, network of young industrialists, and black automotive component makers. The first group is the broad-based black economic empowerment that ensures that women and young people are engaged in value-adding activities, and networks of young industrialists and women industrialists will also be established to ensure that these critical target demographics are designated groups, and designated groups are able to benefit from the evolution of our transformation journey. The women's sector, the companies are Ario, Sehata Milling, B African Gold, Cabinet Connection, Ilanga E-Waste Management, Eben Crawl, Masodi Organics, Linson Nambi Banca Services, Afro India Rolling Mills, Equal Elm Trading, The Concrete Hub, Jacobs Gem Company, Global Health Biotech, Follow Zemnyama Holdings, and the Mobile Landscaping. Youth, Sasana Studio, Cortex Textiles, Energy Generation Africa, Steam Generation Africa, Ferro SA Holdings, and Beauty Organic Super Soaps. Please come to the stage as we call your name. And then I'm going to quickly move to the worker-owned, the Worker Owners Network. One fact that we may not know is that over 400,000 South African workers have a stake in the firms they work in, and that progress has been made possible by a responsive legislative agenda, by responsible corporate citizens, and increasingly by many firms who are also incorporating worker representatives in decision-making structures. The following should please make their way towards the stage. Candice Nzeku of Astron, Siyabu Telezi of Consul, Tumisi Tsiro of PepsiCo, William Mokhase, Eb Inpev, Buyin Tuli, Hulamin, Ronnie Machia, Services, Nomuntu Ndlovu, Sia Badi, Nick Mani, Amaraka, DCLM, Tlabedi Lituka, Sibanye Stillwater, Mpo Moyere, Gift Antonio, Impala Platinum, Melissa Fori Sasso, T. Nengovela Cash Build, Andy Deltri, Ebo Automotive, Solima Shiani, Tato Matlong, Simeka Capital, Libusa Mabulwani Opticycle Waste Recyclers, D. Governor, Selrose Empowerment Staff Trust, Florence Mocheta, Afrimat, Elias Pala, Mighty Khalushi, Coca-Cola, Dulekang Malapani, Oceana, Alatambalu, ILB Helios, Nomfundo Stirman, Rhinoplastics, Jabulo Linda, Makarenge Industries, Suleiman Tito, Biodelta, Ashish Vema, Vie Aluminium, Fabio Monso, Brecon, South Africa, Gigs Ngayane, SA Switchboard, Cecil Brahma, Sun Orange, Stephen Taylor Kruger-Berries, Pat Notada Basmark, Pierre Hose, Mammoth Technologies, Jonathan Duncan, SA Ladder, and DC Dr. C. Hofmeyer Alston Obunye. Please be on standby. The group that you see on stage is the Women and Youth Networks, the representatives thereof. Yes. As indicated, the group that we see on stage with the president now, these are representatives of the worker owners or representatives of the worker owners networks. I've already called them out by name. Please get on the podium with the president for the photo opportunity. They represent over 400,000 such workers in the country at this stage. That's That's the last thing. Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Now, those are some of the networks that are represented here this morning, and thank you very much to the representatives of the worker network. Thank you. And Mr. President, thank you very much for obliging us with this photo opportunity. The next session is going to focus on strengthening the impact of transformation, what we should focus on and where we should go. Minister Ibrahim Patel is going to be on stage with the following panelists: Nolita Fakude, the chairperson of Anglo-American South Africa; Elias Munache, the president of the Black Business Council; Zingu Shalosi, the president of COSATU; Mcebisi Jonas, the chairperson of MTN; and Sabine Dalomo, CEO Siemens South Africa. Mr. President, thank you very much for giving the different networks the opportunity to be with you. And Minister Patel, the opportunity is yours.
Sabine, thanks so much
to
for
share
coming.
with us
Great having you
ideas on how we can strengthen the impact of transformation. Thank you.
Allow me to take you on a journey as we explore the work and successes of Ascalon, a textile manufacturing company based in Umzumbe district in the southern KwaZulu-Natal. They are one of the black industrialists in South Africa. Let us hear their story and just how they've emerged as recognizable industrialists amidst the various challenges that may have come their way.
My name is Imran Baks. I am the MD of Imran Textile Mills, and we are manufacturers of woven products based on the KZN South Coast. We manufacture woven products mainly for the schoolwear market, corporate wear, and fashion markets. We received, or we are beneficiaries of the CTFL GP funding program, which was introduced by the Department of Trade and Industry.
The Production Incentive Program and CTCIP incentive grants were of great assistance to our company. This allowed us to upgrade our equipment, thus putting us in a position to deal with the challenges that we were facing. Our participation in the KZN Clothing and Textile Cluster gave us the ability to apply best practice and world-class manufacturing standards to our business. We were able to upskill our staff through 5S, supervisor management, and planning training as examples. We were also able to implement the automation of systems. This process led us to the ISO 9001 certification, becoming a part of our standard. Technology is a key element in maintaining the edge in the textile manufacturing operation.
This particular project will create 18 jobs. The total number of jobs retained are 61.
I'm Molly Moray, and I work for sample department. I make the samples for customers. In the future, I see myself continuing to work for Imran Textiles.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Industrialist program, and the President has referred to the areas that we need to focus on. My question to you is, what do you think we're getting right? If you had to pull out one area that you think we're on track, what is that? And then I'd like you to tell me one thing that you do differently, where you think we need to change or address matters first. And I'm going to ask first Kebisi Jonas. Kebisi, you've been in government. You were Deputy Minister of Finance. You were an MEC for Finance in the Eastern Cape before that. You're in business now. Reflect a little bit, what are we getting right? What should we do differently?
Thank you very much, Minister. I think the first point to make is that at a strategic level, the discussion about black economic empowerment, broad-based, whether it's broad-based or narrow, but the black economic empowerment has tended to focus on rent-seeking. And I think what the Black Industrialist program has done is to shift the narrative. And in a sense that I think successfully, I think it has shifted the narrative to focus on increasing the black share of the productive economy, which is something I think that carries with it a potential to really deepen the debate about transformation in the country. And I would say that if you look at the numbers, yes, they are positive. I think there is a positive trend in the number of companies participating. There's in the rent value of the investment that's being made. Yes, there is a big push. But for me, I think you have at the beginnings of the consolidation and alignment around a vision of a greater share and increasing the share of black ownership in the productive economy, which I think is a very insignificant part of the way forward. That's the first thing. The second, I think, success area is you can see there is now an emerging ecosystem developing. And if you think about it, historically there has been no alignment between DFIs on one hand, the IDCs, etc., and all the other DFIs around supporting black industrialists, or supporting, for that matter, broad-based black economic empowerment. There was no alignment between DFIs at national level and at provincial level, etc. And you can see the success of national DFIs in this area of coordination, which is something that I think the time was in government before I got fired. It was not in existence. The second area is just the emerging support network that's emerging around this. And my view is that moving forward, maybe we should consolidate the ecosystem that emerges. The last point is, to date, the debate about broad-based black economic empowerment and the Black Industrialist program has always tended to be a public sector debate. And I think what I see changing increasingly now is the narrative broadening into realizing that actually it's a narrative that also must talk to the private sector. And it's a very important part of the way forward. Black wealth to date is a product of government action, whether it's through licensing or what have you. But what the program seeks to do now is to create greater linkage and alignment between some of the initiatives and activities in the private sector and the initiatives in the public sector. Certainly there's a lot to do in that area, but it bodes well for the future. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you. Kivisi is also the chair of MTN. Zingis, Losi is the president of COSATU. You've seen what the worker representatives have demonstrated is possible. What do you think we're getting right? And what would you change? You've got a Congress coming up. What are you going to tell your Congress should change on BEE?
Thank you very much, Minister. Manbulise, ticama gushe nthokozise kubantwana bethongo. What we believe that we are doing right is with regards to the industrial sectoral master plans. The establishment of the 20 industrial master plans in different sectors of our economy, we believe that it is what is gonna generate economic growth with a legal speed that we need. And we know that we are participating as organized labor. Government is also part of it, and also business. So at the level of NETLEC, I think it's the great work that we have managed to do as the constituencies that are in NETLEC in driving these 20 industrial master plans. But what we think we should see more in them is black industrialists that are more also participating in them. What we think we need to do more is on the issue of buying local procurement. We think that space is a space that should also be opened up because it has a potential of creating more job opportunities. And I loved what Cindy raised in the previous panel about the township economy. We seem not to paying much attention to it, and I think buying local is gonna open the township economy, because there, if you're talking about black industrialists, you have people that are panel beaters, as she was saying, you have service centers that are not recognized when we buy cars at VW, at Mercedes-Benz, in the dealerships in town. You have to go back to that dealership or a service center that is in the urban area for you to be able to have your car fixed. And yet, workers who have been retrenched in these areas of work with the skills that they have acquired in the number of years of working in the auto industry have gone back to the township and opened up their service centers, which we are not supporting. We think buying local and also ensuring that the township economy, particularly where black people are, is what should be focused on and boosted, and we think government should pay more attention to it. And lastly also is to ensure that the black industrialists that have already received assistance from government are able to plow back to the economy and also to the black township economy. Because if you're going to have it for yourself and the cycle does not really take everyone ahead, it will be you and those that are close to you, and the doors seem to be closed for the rest of others. But if we want to do it in a scale that is significant, we think we need to ensure that the black industrialists that have benefited are also going to be playing their part in impacting knowledge and skills, but also financial assistance to those that are upcoming in the industry.
I'm going to certainly thank you. I'm going to certainly ask Elias later about that. But Elias Monage, you're a steel maker, you produce steel. You're also the president of the Black Business Council. What do you think we're getting right? And I'm particularly keen on that part. And what do you think we should do differently? Elias.
Afternoon, Minister and the colleagues, including the President of the Republic, because if I was to say president, there are many presidents in our midst today. I think the number of things that we are doing right in terms of creating an environment for individuals that are entrepreneurs, including the black industrialists, in identifying certain sectors or certain segments in various sectors of the economy in terms of the participation. That's what we are doing right. The second thing that we are doing right, Minister, is around the resources that government they are putting forward in terms of whether it's IDC and other related institutions for support. However, there are certain things that, Minister, we need to improve. For example, the issue that was raised by the previous session is that, firstly, we, as a country, we are not showcasing the extent of the black industrialists and entrepreneurs on an annual basis to say, this year, this is what we have achieved. We are not doing that. And if we are not doing that, the narrative in the public gallery is then being reduced or being perceived in a negative way, that the BEE is only meant for specific connected individuals, whereas that's not the case. It's because we are not, as a country, raising the bar in terms of the things that we are doing or we have done and achieved. The second thing that, Minister, I think we are not doing right for a number of reasons is when there's an application to a financial institution in terms of either a decline to say, the reason why we've declined your application is A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. So that that individual can basically then go back and understand the reasons and the rationale why there is a rejection or a decline, so that we can then learn from that experience. The other part that we are not doing also as black industrialists is around export opportunities and including even networking, because you might have a situation where company A, they also then identify a market outside South Africa, but they're not then bringing others along in terms of learning the country that they are trading with, the dynamics and various other issues, so that we then share and exchange information. The other part that I think we are not doing as we think we're supposed then to do is around clamping and addressing the question of fronting. Because we might think that the B commission or the commissioner must basically then run around and doing the policing. We need then to look at one, beefing up the commission to deal with fronting, and business people also need then to assist because either they are part of the fronting, we need them to assist that process, so that it's not only the role and the responsibility of the commission, it's our responsibility jointly. The other part is around the interaction and collaboration and alignment between various institutions. Whether you want to talk about DTIC, there are various grants and programs, they need them to be aligned with various institutions, IDC and other financial institutions, so that whatever that is missing from the other side can be complemented by another institution so that we don't have to move from A to B or C, so that there is a clear referral in terms of dealing with those issues. And I'm saying those are some of the things that going forward, we need then to close the loophole. The other part for us, Minister, is around utilizing procurement, the preferential procurement, so that we then drive a transformatory agenda, not only for state-owned entities or enterprises, but even the private sector, because we have two things. We have in the BEE, the enterprise development and the corporate social responsibility. We need then to find a way where we can then trace and track it in terms of the contributions that companies they're making on the enterprise level and corporate social responsibility, so that it then becomes a clear program for tracing and tracking in terms of understanding the in-depth of the transformative agenda that we want to achieve. So those in the main, there are a number of things that I think we are doing right. And yes, of course, the numbers, if you are not part of the room, the gallery, they don't know the extent of the things that you are doing. And I think, again, the point that it was raised by the previous sitting is that we need also then to look at access to markets, access to funding, so that we then close that loophole in terms of addressing the bottlenecks, including the regulatory environment itself.
Well, thank you very much. Next, Nolita Fakure. Nolita, you've been in a senior management position in Sasol. You're currently the chair of Anglo-American South Africa's operations, and you serve in the global governance structures. Your sense, having seen this journey of transformation over a long period, what are we getting right? What is the one thing that you think we should change?
Well, good afternoon, Minister, and good afternoon to the President of the country and colleagues. For me, sitting here and reflecting on what journey we have had in the last 27 years of our democracy, I am sure that this conversation for today is a big milestone in the transformation journey, especially and specifically when it comes to acknowledging the fact that Black industrialists are a reality of what the new South Africa has got to develop and produce. For all this period, we have spoken about broad-based Black economic empowerment and often not talk about the full 7 pillars of that scorecard that we have. And in many respects, we either have a conversation just about ownership, but not about management, skills development, procurement, as well as the other pillars that my colleagues are talking to. And that has been unfortunate because the regulatory framework that South Africa has on Black economic empowerment is actually the best framework, one of the best frameworks that you see, even if you go and talk to Canada, when they talk about First Nations, they talk about what are the set-asides for the people of the region and the indigenous people. When you go to the Middle East, in Qatar, when I was with Sasol, we operated in Qatar, there was a Qatarization program which spoke to the issue of saying what segment of your economy has got to be in the hands of the Qataris and also the people of that region, right up to who manages the business, who operates it, and also, obviously, the procurement. And in South Africa, we've had this beautiful framework that we have not been able to really see it come through. So for me, this is exciting to sit here today and listen and see the demonstration of what, at least in the last 10 years or so, has come through as a Black industrialist. So that we've gotten right. Obviously, we've got a long way to go in terms of making sure that we amplify that and get multiples of it being demonstrated out there. The opportunity also has been around the fact that with the regulatory framework that we have, We don't have to do much except really enforce. So the enforcement and monitoring of these structures is important. And it's not only government who needs to do that, it's the business associations, it's all the stakeholders to make sure that we all deliver our commitment to what we say is the transformation agenda of South Africa. What is important is the fact that we acknowledge that going forward in the future is telling us that it has got to be an inclusive economic growth. That inclusive economic growth means for every stakeholder group, they have to feel and believe that there is an economic opportunity for them along the value chain, whether it's on ownership, whether it's on really demographic representations in terms of employment equity representation in companies, who is running these businesses, who is running the operations, who are the decision makers, and then also procurement as well as other elements of the scorecard. And it's, as we talk to that inclusive economic growth, we've got to then use this window of opportunity that we have to look forward and say, based on the industrialization strategy of the country and the areas of opportunity that we have identified to deal with the issues that face us of unemployment, the issues around growing our economy, because we've got to grow the economy, as well as making sure that we introduce and create new sectors and industries. How then do we partner government, business, civil society, and labor in such a way that we're all talking from the same hymn sheet around what it means to get that empowerment happening and the transformation of the economy happening?
Well, thank you, thank you. Sabine Dalomo is the head of Siemens in South Africa. You bring an interesting perspective. We have two international companies on the stage, Anglo and MTN, but Anglo's origins are in South Africa, and in the case of MTN, its base is still South Africa. Siemens, though, is a truly global company. From your vantage, what are we getting right as South Africa on the story of transformation? And for a foreign investor, what do you think we need to do differently that could still advance the broader agenda of transformation in the country? Sabine?
Thank you, and thank you for having me today. It's an honor, pleasure to be here. When I look at what we see specifically around Black economic empowerment, you will know I'm a great fan of Black economic empowerment, because when we talk about what is right about it, it is because the framework is there. And for South Africa, this is also in particular for multinational companies like ours, a market entry barrier for companies which are not working on the same standards than we do. And my responsibility is sub-Saharan Africa, within the African continent, and I see in many countries in Africa which don't have such a strong framework with regards to development of their own people, of their societies, that they get often a bad deal, and you don't have this in South Africa. So this is for me a very important part, and I can tell you we are level 1 BEE contributor since many years, and when I engage with people as part of the German Chamber or any other business initiatives, I always highlight that, because people think it's difficult to do a scorecard or to participate in the program. And it's not, because if you go back to the true values of a company, it's environmental, social, and governance, and this is all covered in the scorecard. And I think this is one part when we come to what we need to do better, is also highlight the reason to why we have it, because often it's seen a race topic, but it's actually not. It is a change agenda which we need to embrace as everybody who is in South Africa, but we do know that the poverty lines are still running according to race and to no other reason. When I go back to what we get right, what I appreciate particular around the revised scorecard is the stronger focus on procurement, because this is the majority of points you can get out of the 105 points in the categories available. And that means that companies really need to look for partners they can work with. For us, it always means I want to see companies which work, and it doesn't matter where they come from, particular in the regional distribution, because if you think about, we are centered in Midrand. I can't serve from Midrand, South Africa, all over the place. I need partners. I need companies to work with me to make sure that Nolita with Anglo, which has all over the country mines and operation, that she has service. So I'm looking for these companies, and therefore that focus on procurement is very important. When I come back to what we can do better, there are two wishes I have. One is, and was already the infrastructure focus within the transformation agenda, but even if we have the infrastructure focus, we also need to make sure that there is continuous infrastructure spending, because we also have a few examples where we invested into black industrialists and then we couldn't see it to the end because the pipeline was drying up, because it was mainly depending on SOEs doing something, and then we know the history, it didn't happen, right? And so that's a pity, because you create hope for societies, you create hope for employees and owners of a business, and then it fails. The second part, which I believe is very important, and I'm talking about experience, because business is also experience you bring along, and I would like to see a focus particular on governance, on leadership within a company, because when I engage with our partners we work with in our enterprise development program, then beside that we help them with money, they need also the management attention to help them. You know, what's happened if I have a difficult consultation with the unions? Yeah, how do I handle this? What has happened if a client has damages against me? How do I manage it? And these things I think we need to also look at, and that will be great.
Elias, can I pick up on something that Zingiswa has raised, and that is, what's the role of black industrialists and BEE players in plowing back? And we saw today the Black Exporters Network, where black South Africans are putting up their hand and say, we're going to help each other to export. What do you think is the role for business associations in fostering that giving back, so that the BEE narrative is not only what established businesses do and what government does, but also what emerging businesses would take on as a key responsibility? Your thoughts on this?
I think, Minister, there are a number of areas on that front. The first one would be the question of information sharing, because apex organizations, they need them to play that role in terms of sharing the information. And secondly, also then to assist various communities on various projects that will be coming, so that we can then prepare for local participation. In most cases, we then talk about local content. We need to redefine local content. It's not only about the products and services that is locally manufactured. It also then includes local recruitment. For example, in the construction sector, we then talk about employing local people, but equally so, we need also then to talk about transfer of skills and knowledge. We need also then to bring institutions to participate. For example, the FET colleges in those specific areas. If you build, let's say, a substation, you need then to bring FET colleges, so that the maintenance of that then remains in that community. So there are various and variety of things that can be looked at. The other part will then be around what we will then call the procurement. In an event where you procure certain products or commodities to OEMs, you need then to look at the transfer of skills and training, so that you then
Those are great ideas, but I want to ask you, what is the role of the emerging black businesses? What's their contribution?
The point that, Minister, I was raising is that over and above those things, you need also then to look at the contribution in terms of the skills sets that you live in that specific area, because you need then to put money. You need also then to incubate and then bring various players in those areas in terms of either you pay for number of people then to be trained in various institutions. That's the contribution that black emerging entrepreneurs will basically then bring into the table. Equally so, part of the services that you render in that community, you are not going to render everything, but you need then to partner with other companies so that you then leave industry in those specific areas, so that when you have exited that specific area, you have left an industry behind in terms of the supply chain. So these are some of the things that I'm saying can be done proper.
So Elias is challenging us to think of localization as goods, services, and skills. Nolita, if you think about the mining sector, can more be done? And if so, where do you think the focus should be in future?
Minister, we have lots more to do, and I'll come to that just now, but I want to reinforce what Elias has just spoken about. The role of the business associations really primarily is to advocate for inclusion of black people and women and those who are outside of the net. That's one of their primary role. And also make sure that access to information and opportunities reaches as many people as possible so that everyone is able to equally have access to these opportunities that government or even the private sector is putting out there. And that's one of the roles that needs to be played, because as we know, practically, people sit on the ground and say, I want to participate, but I don't even have a connection. And that's when you start having the corruption issues and also other dysfunctional issues. So the roles of these associations and stakeholders truly around advocacy is important. And then coming back to mining, for example, as an industry, outside of the normal procurement issues, because mining procures lots of goods and services, we also have capital expenditure that we have, but we've got low-hanging fruit opportunities. And the low-hanging fruit opportunities also come through these communities, the local communities, the host communities need to feel and experience the economic benefits of being part of a mining town or a mining community. Even before the Johannesburg people feel those benefits, it means you include them appropriately. So with the opportunity that we're all talking about around energy and power generation and renewable energy being an opportunity specifically that we should be looking into, we are saying, let us also look at the value chain of how you get a solar panel up. So you need land to put up a solar panel. So who decides what type of rental you get from the land that you use to put up your panel? Secondly, just the manufacturing of solar panels. I know it's a topic that we've all been talking about for a long time, but to reverse engineer really the solar panels and say, we know we could never produce them cheaper than China, but what are the components within that panel that we can produce locally so that even as we have opportunities either to manufacture or to just pack up the panel, we know in South Africa that we have identified those opportunities. One of the components, I'm told that it's a sand component that is mined, that then once you have mined it, you need to process it. And once you process it, it becomes a component of a solar panel. So we have to, with government, with industry, invest in research, invest in opportunities around identifying the SEZ zones that will help for the manufacturing sectors, and more importantly, understand which part of the value chain can be accessible to as many people as possible.
So I want to talk about communication, KBC, and I'm going to pull up 2 points that were made. Sabine said, we're not always telling the story of why the scorecard is important. And Elias says, rightly, that we're not celebrating and showcasing our successes. What should the business community be doing on telling the story of transformation, recognizing that there's a very important role government also needs to play? What's for business what's for government?
I think there are two levels, Minister. I think at one level, I support Nolita. Chambers need to be more deliberate in communicating the importance of transformation in general and the kind of collaboration and partnership that can be built between the private sector and government to drive really thoroughgoing transformation processes and the successes that we are scoring in that regard. The second level, I think many companies are doing a lot already, I mean, in terms of transformation. And I think, of course, there's a need for scaling it up, but I think if companies also invest in making it known, but also if you take the steel sector, for instance, I mean, you would probably agree with me that in the last 18 months or so, there's been a major shift in terms of how competitive the sector has become. And it's in part intervention by government in terms of policy, but it's also in part, I think, the level of interaction and collaboration and conversation between the private sector and government. Those kinds of collaboration have a huge impact. I would dare say that I think as you push forward with the steel sector, I would add, I mean, probably my pet subject, scrapping the export of the scrap metal, because it then changes how competitive we can become. Sorry, Minister, I had to smuggle that in. But I guess conversation on policy, conversation on strategy and programs, and letting people know, I mean, what government is doing and what is there. The other broad area I think that we still need to look at quite intensely is just public education on what economic development entails, what growth entails, what empowerment entails. Sometimes I think that will shift the narrative from entitlement, which is a big chunk of the problem that we sit with, to a narrative that says there has to be contribution, there has to be skilling, there's dedication, there's sacrifice that people make. I mean, the stories of people who develop businesses by taking their pension money and investing in the companies that they were setting up. And these are good stories because it says somebody sacrificed something. Because entrepreneurship is also about the individual doing something. Yes, the ecosystem is important, but I think the story, the narrative about the importance of individuals taking risks and being actively involved in what they are doing, it's another story that we need to tell. The last point I wanted to make, Minister, is I think that we're doing so much, I think, but I guess the big challenge is we need to think about how do we scale what we're doing. Because, I mean, if you think about it, the problem is not only complex, but it's huge. If you think about empowerment issues. And we need to find points at which we can do the scaling of the program. And one area I think is a potential area is really exploiting the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And really, as South Africa, start business working, those who are already operating in the continent, but also with government, working on how do you support South African companies venturing into the continent in different investment programs, in different development programs. And that's an area that I think we could do much, because you've got a lot of South African companies, retailers probably with bad experience, but you've got telcos with probably a mixed experience. But there are also, I think, industrial and manufacturing companies who could show you a different experience, and it's a mixed experience. But I guess, how do we use that, either in conversation within chambers, but also in the conversation between government, and start building up something? The last point that is probably could have been emphasized more is supply development. You know, because I think that a lot is done by companies on supply development, but I think we should establish a model of cooperation and partnership amongst different companies on scaling up supply development. Because at the moment, I guess it's something that each company does. But if you think about the core skills that are required, sometimes they are so generic that sometimes you could actually generate that support through collaboration, generally. I'm just saying that's another area that I would suggest that we look at moving forward. Thanks.
So being scaling up, we need to talk to the foreign business community. We want investment in the South African economy, but we also need to scale up what we are seeking to do. Your advice on how we put forward that communication, because there's consensus here that the transformation journey is vital. How do you think foreign investors receive that? How do we sharpen our message?
Well, to one part, I think it's important also to be visible, yeah? And I think Brand SA is already doing a good job to motivate the values of South Africa, but if you look at a number, for instance, of trade fairs and the likes, particular in the agri field, in the building industry, in the transportation industry, which are very much centered around Americas and Europe, I think it's important for specifically Black industrialists to participate in these showcasing, because you need to see in order to evaluate. And I have been to the Hanover Fair after it wasn't there for 2 years, and the enormous amount of change which took place in the current change of the supply chain adaptation, because what we see after COVID, it is not anymore that everything has to come from China or from one supplier only. I think multinational companies have understood to diversify their supply chain. The problem we have with South Africa is that we are at the southern end of the African continent tip, and the distance is far. So I think if we can give companies the possibility to participate in these kind of showcasing events, that will help a lot. Because as already mentioned by the panel, you need to scale. And you need the market in South Africa, if it's just, from the public spending, is significant, but is not significant enough to give a growth to a company indefinite. So the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is one part which can come in, but also here, a lot of infrastructure first need to be established. I mean, think about the North-South corridor, think about the regional gas master plan. This is all in the drawing, but not yet completely implemented. I was last week in Ghana with our customer which produces cables in Ghana, and he wanted to buy copper from Zambia, and he can't. So because there is no shipment, no road from Zambia to Accra, so he buys it from Belgium because they can, charter vessels which dock up in Maputo and take it for processing outside of the continent. And I think these are the areas where we need to get into, because when you look at a lot of South African companies, including the Black industrialist companies which already have emerged, they're of high quality. And I see that when they work into our supply chain, it's just as good and sometimes even better than what we get from the other markets. So I think there would be, for me, the sweet spot.
Zingi, you've heard now, you've heard the views of a number of the panelists here. When workers look at the question of Black industrialists, and there's been a discussion in the country about getting workers on boards of companies, are you pursuing as COSATU those kind of conversations with industrialists generally and with Black industrialists? What do you think are the opportunities to build a different corporate governance model that's more inclusive? Sabine would know about the social market economy through co-determination in Germany. Workers sit on the boards of companies and they're committed to growing those companies. Is there an opportunity to do that in South Africa?
I think there is an opportunity. It is a matter of, because at NEDLEC it is what we are discussing. It's just that business itself is divided on the matter. And we think business should be able to see the opportunity and how that is going to help when workers are part of the core determination and members of the company boards. Because anything that you are discussing there, it is for the benefit of workers and the business itself. And it is the point where you need to deal with issues at that point without prolonging issues of irritation, for an example, that may prolong to an industrial action. But when you have them in the company boards, workers' representatives, they are able to speak on those issues that are affecting workers, and there is an appreciation of where the company is going and how that future of this company is going to impact to job creation and the sustainability of the jobs that workers have. But I also want to go further, Minister, and also speak to what Sabc have raised on the ACFTA. I think as a country we must be intentional on what we want to do. We have black industrialists, but if government is not going to support them in investing in the continent, then it becomes a challenge if their market is only going to be located only in South Africa. There's a saying that South Africa is a gateway to Africa, and I always ask this question, do we see the gate in South Africa? Or everyone else sees it, and there are no terms that we are putting for those that are going to use this gate to look in the opportunities that exist in the African continent. That is why the continent of Africa is rich with mineral endowments, but their people are poor because I don't think we have coordinated ourselves in a good way. Everyone comes in, they drop something, they go through this gate, they come back, they leave with money, Africans remain poor. Also, for me, the PIC is the single largest investment fund in the continent. But where is it investing? In South Africa, and these are workers' pension funds. This is unemployment insurance. This is workers' injury on duty funds that are in the PIC, that are invested. But where are we investing? Umama Gloria said, "Fund is good. We must all go home." I come from a Gqeberha. It's an industrial, it used to be an industrial hub. But when you go there, factories are closed. There's really no economy that is taking place in a Gqeberha. And you ask yourself, where is this PIC invested in when people there are not employed, when there's a potential? And people of Gqeberha must come to Johannesburg in order for them to strike deals. And those deals are going to build something that we're in and build all other areas except where we are coming from. And I think we need to be intentional on where we are investing because the township economy is not going to spring up on its own. It needs to be jacked up, and the PIC, which is workers' money, where workers are located, we are coming from our own townships. And when we go back home, what kind of a township am I going to? Is there an economic boom in that township? And if it is not, how are we going to change that? And I think workers' monies must be intentional and they must be invested where workers are living. And lastly, for me, black industrialists, they must also start paying workers a living wage. For us to produce for us to consume what we're producing, it is not gonna happen on its own. We need to be able to have a living wage. A worker now, there was a tweet of a worker working for Pick n Pay Baker, as it is alleged. She was earning 2,500 at the end of the month. The transport to go to work is 3,500. So the difference, she's borrowing to go to work to volunteer, but Pick n Pay is making money for what the worker is selling in terms of her labor. And I think that needs to change. It must not be about excessive profiteering, but it must also be about ensuring that there is a sustainable livelihood that is created so that what we are producing, we're also able to consume ourselves as workers.
Thank you very much. I think that's a powerful note to conclude the discussion and say to all of the panelists, in 30 seconds, you've heard the president, you've heard the panel discussion, you've seen many people coming up to the stage representing the richness of the experience of black industrialists in the room. In 30 seconds, what's the big takeout for you from the conference thus far? And I know you still have to see the marketplace. Sabine, your big takeout.
Well, I like the engagement and also the controversy because you need to have the dialogue, otherwise you don't come to good solutions. So a good battle is always welcome, and never, miss a good crisis because it gives you opportunities. And lastly, the current global reshaping of the markets is a great opportunity for South Africa, and we are ideally positioned. So I can only encourage everybody to take it.
Thank you. Kabisi?
I guess, Minister, I think the message is, it's not gloom and doom. I think there's a huge potential for growing the economy in general, but also I think scaling up the Black Industrialist program. I guess the big takeaway for me should be, I think, as a country, we need to cohere around a common vision. And that vision should be about linkage between growth, sustainable growth, and actually ensuring that you drive transformation. And at the moment, I think you can't separate the two. And up to date, I mean, the narrative is about seeing these things as two parallels. They should be seen as things that go together. And in our articulation of the program, we must start emphasizing that you could actually drive growth through some of this transformation program. And of course, in growth, you can find transformation.
Thank you. Zingi, your take on it?
I think for me, it is the importance of localization, as it has been said, with a number of areas that Port Elias mentioned that comes with it, and also beneficiation, because I think if we're going to talk about creation of more industrialists, it is when we begin to appreciate the importance of beneficiation, that our mineral endowments must not live raw as they are and they get to be exported. We must produce the things that we are now importing from the rest of the world, because we have the potential to do it. At one point, we have produced nuclear weapons in South Africa in the previous era. There are great opportunities. There's nothing that we cannot do as this country, but we need to define our agenda and be very clear of what are the intentions and where is the future that we're headed to, and prepare for that future collectively.
Thank you. Elias, your thoughts? I know you love the scrap metal, banning the scrap metal suggestion by KBC. What's your take out of the conference?
Minister, I'm not going to respond to that. I think for us, there are three things. Firstly, is the alignment, collaboration, and complementarity and networking is one of the issues that we need them to drive vigorously so. The second thing is around consciously defining sectors and industries that we want them to bring black industrialists. For example, we don't have a black-owned pharmaceutical company in the country. So we need consciously to say, we are going then to have that, including even in other sectors. The third part, also we need them to relook at the continent in terms of which are the sectors that we want to play outside South Africa, so that we then benefit in terms of the Africa Free Continental Agreement, and with the clear understanding of the rules of origin, the tariff regime, and other related aspects, so that the Black Industrialist program is not only lived in South Africa, but we then live it in the continent in bringing other people, so that the 1.2 billion people in Africa, they are also beneficial to the notion of a Black Industrialist program.
Thank you. And final word, Nolita, what's your take out of the conference?
For me, Minister, the issue of the business case for transformation is still very strong, and we have to really implement with urgency. That's the first takeout. The second one is the fact that if we do not drive transformation, especially within the inclusive growth narrative, then we add another risk into the country. It becomes a real country risk, because we will not have the stability that we require to grow this economy and develop it to its full potential.
Well said. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a great set of comments here. Nolita started earlier by saying Anglo, when it goes into a country, it's not unusual for it to have policies similar to what we're seeking to do with BEE. She talked about the Qatarization, the set-asides in some countries. Sabine has pointed that we need to communicate our story clearly to multinational corporations. They can live in different regulatory environments if they know what those environments require from them. And each of our contributors, Mkhabisi, Zingiswa, and Elias, have given some thoughtful ideas about what we should do differently or scale up what we're doing successfully. I guess my take out of it is that the communication of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what the successes are needs to be socialized. Instead of it being a responsibility only of government or the head of state, we have to have the 1,000 delegates who are here today to talk that, to show that, to demonstrate that in the public domain, that we lift out our successes, we recognize our challenges, and we address those. Please join me in thanking the panel for what has been a stimulating discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Patel and your panelists, for that insightful panel and deliberations that you had for the past 1 hour or so. Give them a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, notwithstanding the glitches and the delays earlier this morning, that we have learned a lot this morning. We've been inspired by the different stories as well as the engagements that we've had up to now. And we're going to have lunch shortly. And I'm going to ask you to hang on before we go for lunch. And for those who can afford, who do have time to spare, I'm inviting you to visit the marketplace, which is on the exhibition level, where there are more than 140 black South African firms demonstrating and showcasing their products. So go and take a look there, beyond the talk that we've had this morning. And after lunch, we're going to have 4 high-level panel discussions, and these will focus on key areas, and we invite you to join members of cabinet and business leaders there. But at this time, I will also like to ask you that we permit President Cyril Ramaphosa to leave first, and then we'll follow thereafter. And whilst the President takes leave of us at this time, the discussions after lunch from 2:30 are going to be held as follows, the 4 panels. There's room 140. There will be a discussion on facilitating transformation, supply development, and procurement. And that session is going to be moderated by the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Kumbuzo Nchaveni. Then, room 234, the moderator is Mr. Harold Harvey, and the discussions there are what are the challenges and opportunities of financing black industrialists. 234 foyer, the discussion will be moderated by Minister Toko Didiza, beg your pardon. And the topic there is promoting exports and the trade agreements, the African trade agreements. And another panel that's going to be held on the Bill Gallagher, which will be discussing understanding the impact of BEE, will be moderated by Ayabonga Tawe. And as I've indicated, this one will be at the Bill Gallagher room. So we're going to have lunch now. And the ushers will indicate where the lunch is going to be held. This is an opportunity to network with some of the colleagues and some of the businesses that we've heard about. Please make sure that you are in those respective rooms from 2:30 for those panel discussions. And Minister Patel would like to extend a word of appreciation to all those who participated, as well as your attending here. You are invited, by the way. You are invited to dinner, which will start at the awards ceremony. That will start at 6 p.m. this evening. And from me, I would like to thank you too for having given me the opportunity to be your MC this evening. And all the best to all the industrialists, the CEOs, the entrepreneurs, and the people who make these things happen in our country. Good luck in your endeavors. Much appreciated. Thank you.
forge new paths in business, growing South Africa's economy and expanding employment. With a clear objective of creating multiple and diverse pathways and instruments
organizations.
Sure. Mohammed, thank you very much for
Thank you, Chap.
talking
Thank
to
you
us
very
and
much.
sharing with us
Pleasure.
this wonderful story.
Thank you.
And all the best to you.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. So, Mohammed, there's some activity going on in the center here, which is different from the production plant and the stuff that we saw inside there. What's happening here?
So, Tim, we're currently standing in our training center, and the team behind me is a team of unemployed learners that we run a number of learnerships during the year. And this particular team is in session for this week in a packaging program that's been developed specifically for
3/4 of the way through the conference and its associated platforms. I'm not sure if all members of the media were present during the morning session, so I'm going to just very briefly recap what the conference is about, talk briefly about what's happened so far, and then share with members of the media a little bit the exercise we're doing to evaluate the impact of our work. So starting with the conference, it's got 5 platforms. The first platform is the talk platform, the forum, the discussion, the interaction, and so on. And in all, there were about 40 speakers, 1 keynote address, and then the other 39 were in various sessions dealing with panels on procurement, on supplier development, on finance, on measuring BEE. Of course, the morning sessions themselves that dealt with the big question, where are we with BEE, what's worked, and then what are the ideas for change. The second platform of the conference has been the launch of a number of initiatives. For example, we launched publicly the Black Exporters Network. We had a soft launch previously where we brought them together. Now we had the public launch, and that brings together Black South Africans that are already involved in export. And they've signed an agreement with government in which we'll partner to try to grow the export businesses of Black South Africans. There were other examples of these networks. There was a network, for example, of young industrialists, a network of women industrialists. There was a group of black automakers who were doing the components in the vehicles. The third platform was the marketplace. And the marketplace, again, if members of the media has not gone there, I would really encourage you. Probably the most striking part of the conference is that marketplace. It's not your traditional expo where you have these little, cubicles where people are standing there with a pamphlet to tell you something about their company. This is by and large real products that are produced by Black South Africans, and you'll see their furniture, you'll see fashion, you'd want to buy some of the stuff, you'll see food, there will be films that are made, there'll be chemical products, steel products, the components that goes into a Mercedes-Benz. So we've brought a completed Mercedes-Benz there, but now you can see who makes the bonnet and the fenders of the Mercedes-Benz, and it's made by a Black South African company. And so there are many examples like that. You'll see rocks there of the mineral ore that are dug from beneath the earth by black miners or black mining companies. And what we're seeking to illustrate with that, and you'll see high-tech companies there, people involved in new age battery technologies that will drive our energy systems of the future. It's to illustrate that we've moved from what is often a perception that Black South Africans are middlemen or middlewomen, that someone produces, that a black company buys from someone and then sells to typically government as the procurer. That model doesn't add value to the economy, doesn't grow the economy. That what we showed you today, or what the marketplace shows, is the link between transformation and growth. It's a theme that was picked up in the morning sessions by the various speakers that addressed us. The fourth platform, and by the way, on the third platform, this marketplace, is 140 companies in total whose works and products are featured, and it's just great engaging with him. The president told me, he's got half an hour to go through. In the end, we had to pull him away for another commitment an hour later, because he was absolutely enjoying that engagement with people who are running businesses, making things, struggling with things, and having overcome those difficulties, and they could share their success stories with the president. The fourth platform is a communication platform where we've, among others, we've released a video where we've highlighted the stories of 7 or 8 black South Africans. You would have seen that on the big screen. There are other footage that are being used in the conference of other black industrialists. We've printed or published a directory of black industrialists bringing together about 150 companies drawn right across the economy. Fascinating stories there of the kind of products that are made and services that are rendered in the South African market and for export. The final one, the fifth platform is recognizing excellence, and that is coming a bit later. That's the awards that will be handed over by the president. There will be 11 awards that will be issued. There would be awards for something like the Young Industrialist of the Year, the Women the Woman Industrialist. There'll be an award for the black-owned company that is in the sustainability space. So a number of different categories like that. There'll be an innovation award. Each of these will highlight the different niches that black-owned firms are getting into. In addition to that, right at the end of the event, the president will also pay tribute to a pioneer of black economic empowerment. It will be somebody that an award will be handed over to. So those are the 5 platforms. We've now, in the process of completing the discussions, some of the panel discussions are still taking place, and as soon as those are over, we're preparing for the session this evening. Now, one of the things that we use the concept of the marketplace is not only showcasing the products, but getting businesses to talk to each other, B2B, business to business. So a number of firms have now been talking to each other. You produce one thing, you see, oh, there's a supplier here that's also a black-owned firm, or there's someone who is in export market elsewhere in the world, and you want to get into that export market, and you can begin to develop business connections. Networking is everything in business. If you think about it, the historical example, and I guess it's the example still in parts of our economy and in places elsewhere in the world, is the golf course. The golf course is the network place. You meet there, you discuss, you find ways to work together. We creating that kind of network in an event that like today, and the team was sharing with me the way in which black industrialists found that to be particularly useful, the swapping of cards, and obviously nowadays also those a little bit younger than me, the swapping of digital cards with each other. So that's really what's been happening. We've had about 700 industrial firms present with delegates also. In addition to this 700, just over 700 black industrial firms, there were also a number of financiers present. All the major banks were here, and the other finance institutions, as well as the public ones, like the IDC and the NEF. We've had procurers present from the big retailers. So they've been here. Some big companies who buy significant product wanted to come and see who are the black suppliers that they could potentially bring into their supply chain. So that's the first part that I had covered. The second part I've also covered. I want to come to the third and final part of my remarks, and that is we're working on a major project to quantify the impact of all of our work on transformation. Sabine Dalomo, who's the CEO of a major German company, Siemens, was on the panel earlier, and she was urging us. She says, broad-based black economic empowerment foreign investors can get it. They can understand the logic of it, but we need to communicate better as government. The point was picked up by one or two other speakers. Nolita Fakude, for example, the head of Anglo-American in South Africa, the chairperson of the board, had indicated that wherever Anglo goes in the world, they often have to deal with programs that promote local empowerment. And she says, it's really about us telling the South African story and showing the value add. So we're busy with a program to quantify the impact of broad-based black economic empowerment. Today's program was a tiny slice of what we do. So we've got more than 20 programs. I'll just give you a couple quick examples. I'm not going to take you through all of them. So we've got the program that we've showcased today, which is largely the financial contributions made by the IDC, the NEF, and the DTIC to black industrialists. So that was a very big part of today's event. Separate to that, we have black suppliers that are developed through the Export Credit Insurance Corporation. It's a state-owned company. It's governed and reports to the DTIC. And they have a group of black exporters or suppliers to exporters. The third one is the work we do as DTIC and the DTIC family. By the way, when I speak of the DTIC family or the DTIC group, I'm referring to agencies, NEF, IDC, SABC, all of them, the Competition Commission, the Trade Commission, there's a number of them, the Consumer Commission and so on. Now, today's focus has been on black industrialists. And a black industrialist defined by us as a firm that where a black South African or a group of black South Africans have a controlling interest. Sometimes it's a majority interest, 50% plus one. Sometimes they're the biggest shareholder. They may have 30% or 40%, but they effectively have the single biggest block of voting shares. Sometimes it would be because they've got particular rights to appoint a CEO or COO or so. Now that's different to where black South Africans are tiny minority shareholders, 5% of a company, 10%, 3%, and so on. That program has not been a feature today. It's a valid program. We do work in that area, but we've chosen today to focus particularly on black industrialists. We have other programs. We have a worker share ownership program that is facilitated. The Competition Act promotes it, for example. There are charters and so on. And we haven't focused on that storyline, but we did invite and have present in the conference about 15 to 20 of these trusts. These would be like the Coca-Cola Trust. So Coca-Cola's set aside 20% of their shares in their South African operation will be owned or are now owned by employees. So the rep of that trust was invited to the conference and was present and met with the president. Similarly, PepsiCo put a big sum of money into the worker empowerment scheme, which then enabled them to buy shares in the company. So there are many such. At last count, and let me come back to that data. A fourth example is I'm on the fifth one now. You can see this number thing. So on the fifth one is we have a program through legislation where the state gives some preference to products that are made by black South Africans. So through our triple PFA, which is managed by National Treasury, it's not a DTIC program. When a tender is put up, one of the points that's taken into account is your BEE rating. It's not the only one, but it's one of the factors. We haven't really focused on that today. Yeah. We have BEE codes. These codes set various targets in what is called a scorecard. So you've got to do training, you've got to do supplier development, all those things. There are sector charters. There's a competition commission program on supplier development. There are programs on equity equivalence. This is where a foreign-owned company like Microsoft is not going to sell shares in its own company. So they operate really as the local branch, if you like, of the global company. So in their case, our law allow us to get them to do what is called an equity equivalent. So they may say, okay, look, we'll put about a bit of money in a fund and we'll build black suppliers to us, maybe our furniture, maybe some of the packaging used in our software, whatever it is. So that program. And there are many other such programs, SEZs, township enterprise developments, and so on. So when I look at that, there's more than 20 of these. We have focused for purposes of the research. We're going to eventually map all of that out in a research program, and it will take us probably a 6-month period to complete it. When we complete it, we will release that information. Today, we have some initial data on the Black Industrialists program, on the worker empowerment scheme, and also on the procurement by national and provincial government. So starting with the Black Industrialists program itself, and as I've explained, this is not all of the work we do, it's one part of the work. Over the last 6 years, the DTIC has supported more than 900 firms. So these are now firms in many different sectors of the economy. You'll see them in the register. It's not the full list there, but we've selected 150 for the register. And the support rendered amounted over that 6-year period to about 44 billion rand. Now, I must emphasize, it's not 44 billion rand in a grant. It's not money that is given. The bulk of this is money that is lent, that has to be repaid. And it has to be repaid, in most cases, with interest, but there would be some degree of concession. It may be, say, 2 percentage points below or 5 percentage points below what someone can get in the normal capital markets. But the money flows back ultimately to the state with the repayment of that loan. Some of it is equity, where the IDC, for example, may take a small shareholding in a company to inject a bit of capital into it. And then it gets some of the benefit of the upside. And some of it is grants, where the department would make money available to a black industrialist as a contribution to building their capital base. So 44 billion over a 6-year period. Just interestingly, when we looked at the figures, we said, what was it over 12 years? And it was 55 billion over 12 years. So as you can see, it's grown mainly in the last 6 years. So historically, we were just doing, if someone wanted to buy 2% of a company, we would have some facility. We're shifting from that. We're shifting into supporting people who make things, who grow things, who dig things, real businesses, rather than a small percentage in another business. So that's the big focus. Those companies that I've talked about, those 900 firms, just the jobs supported by this program amounts to 70,000 jobs, slightly over 70,000, if I round it, 70,000 jobs in these firms owned and controlled by black industrialists. We've run some numbers on GDP. We've taken it over a 12-year period, and we've done first round numbers on it. So over the 12-year period, we haven't done it over a 6-year period as yet. We took the 55 billion initially. It was a significant contribution, 160 billion rand over that period that came through it. Moving briefly to the worker ownership, we have a register with about 72 companies in South Africa that have worker ownership schemes. It's not the full universe of all the worker ownership schemes. There are still worker ownership schemes that are not in our register. And the worker ownership schemes in our register has significantly more than 400,000 jobs in them. In fact, the team has reported that it could be as high as 450,000. So for some of the companies, a portion of the workforce would be covered. So some companies may say you don't get shares in your first year of employment. So that number obviously varies a little bit depending what is the cohort of qualifying persons. And there's quite a significant asset base, and we'll get some more details on it. The work done by the department, drawing on National Treasury statistics, suggests that 1/3 of all the procurement by National Treasury and other departments nationally and provinces, 1/3 of all of the procurement that qualifies for this category would be drawn from Black South Africans. So we're going to be adding to that what the state-owned companies do, what metros do, and then we'll release a figure that we can put in the public domain. From Stats SA, the President has already used some of the data. There are 337,000 black entrepreneurs with businesses in the economy, in the formal sector, and 1.3 million in the informal sector. Looking at black persons in management and professions, about 18 years ago, 2002 is the first reliable data in our official statistics. It was 492,000. So call it just under 500,000. Today it's almost 1.5 million. And these would be people in management and professional occupations in both the public and the private sector. And our BEE codes, of course, have contributed because in your scorecard, it also you count whether you've been able to make transformation in management and professional categories. But it's also true that just the demographic pressure that if businesses are to expand, they are going to have to take bright, young black South Africans to work as professionals and as managers. So the combination of policy measures and the reality of South Africa's growth, in which you need your widest demographic to provide the skills that run businesses, have contributed positively to all of this. So we thought we should just give you that snapshot. We will be releasing some of this information a little bit more formally, but the big project, Stephen looks at me and he says he doesn't want more grey hairs, but our estimate is that within a 6-month period, we should be able to get on top of the broader storyline, not just the Black Industrialist storyline and the Stats SA data that I've given you. Can I then, Bongani, hand back to you? The team they answer all the difficult questions, but I'm ready to see if there are any questions I can answer that may be put. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that input, Minister. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Minister maybe could have also mentioned that the third leg or the 6th leg of this conference is this platform that you are providing for you, members of the media, to interact with the Minister on the issues that are related to the conference. There could be things that have been left out of the speeches that you could have wanted to hear. There are things that could have been said that you could want to get more clarity on. This is the opportunity. As usual, if you could please raise your hand if you have a question, your name, the media that you're coming from, and your question. Thank you very much.
It's Heidi Jokos from ENCA. Minister, I just want to ask you about the energy crisis in the country. I know the President touched on it briefly, but I don't want to say that all of this is futile, but the energy crisis is massive. And if you just look at, for example, township economies and businesses that are trying to thrive, they cannot because of the energy crisis. How much of this is a problem, and how much of this have you considered and engaged with the necessary stakeholders to sort this out?
Can we take 2 more questions and then we will respond? Can I see the hands? There's one. Another hand, this side, any hand? Okay, we'll have, okay, I don't know.
Good afternoon. My name is Veli Mtiane from the SABC News. Over and above that, the conference is mainly about the black industrialists, many of whom are manufacturers, and we know that at the center of manufacturing is the energy supply. So we are, as Heidi has just alluded, we are here talking about this black industrialist, but what is central to this business sustainability is the energy supply. I don't know, perhaps the minister knows what the president is going to give us tomorrow when he addresses the family. There's something that is not adding up, you know. Energy crisis is hitting the small businesses, manufacturing sector, yet we are here, black industrialists. And yeah, and then 2, to what extent do we then define because when we walk around and we look at the businesses that are all over, some of them, I find it difficult to call them an industrialist. From my economic history perspective, it's supposed to be a big company that has got various big functioning. Someone, I'm not looking down at starting small, but to what extent do we call these small manufacturing businesses black industrialists? It's this, I don't know, are we defining it, are we misusing the term industrialist, or what are we doing there? If we can get an explanation, to what extent do you say someone is an industrialist? At the back of my house, I've got a small machine where I manufacture shoes. Am I an industrialist? And then the last time when the minister spoke about this conference, I was in Pretoria, I asked some questions in terms of the impact that is there, in terms of even the funding that has been made available. Some of that funding is payable. And then how has been the process, or if I may rather phrase this question differently, have these businesses been able to pay back?
Thank you. Can we have the last one in this round? Last question.
Thank you. My name is Edwin Chivizo from SA News. Hey, he touched on what I was about to mention. My question was mainly on funding, because it seems there are other black businesses that are left out when it comes to funding. So, Minister, what's your department doing, getting these businesses on board? Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. We'll get a response from the minister and the team.
Thank you. So let me start with the question by both Heidi and Veli on energy. And I want to start by saying something that Veli has raised. Industrialization requires a secure supply of energy and a competitively priced energy. Load shedding damages an industrialization effort because many manufacturing businesses rely on a steady supply for 2 reasons. Some of them, and it's a bigger number than is often realized, have processes that you can't switch off and switch on. If you make clothing, you can stop the machine and you can restart 2 hours later. But when you make a plastic bucket, or this, the extrusion that this pen relies on, where they take polymer or they take polypropylene and through a melting process make it, when your energy is cut, all of those things harden in the machine. You've got to open everything up and so on. So I start off by recognizing the importance of a secure supply of energy. Now, over the last few weeks, the government has been working quite a bit on the energy supply. Unless the president has announced a cabinet reshuffle, and I am now the energy minister, I am, of course, not at liberty to tell you those. You know, Minister Mantashe, you wouldn't want to be the person who's going to be saying what he needs to be saying, or what the president is going to be saying. But what I can say is that yesterday the president engaged with the Black Business Council. So the very, one of the representatives of Black Industrialists, to talk them through what it is that government is thinking of, what are the various elements of the response, to ask them for feedback on that, and to take that feedback into account before the announcement is made. Separately, government is also met with organized labor, and it's met with, let's call it established business, represented by BUSA, Business Unity South Africa, among many other stakeholders that are in the process of being consulted. Coming then to the question of the content of it, of course, the president will be making that announcement, and the Minister of Energy will then elaborate to the extent that it's necessary. But without any question, we accept in government, we accept, if we can't crack the energy challenge, all of our other programs that rely on energy will be badly affected. And business confidence, which, by the way, even in sectors that are not as energy dependent, everything ultimately does rely on confidence too. Business confidence is eroded if we don't have a secure supply of energy. So I think what the president will do when the president addresses the nation is put forward what government's thinking is on this. Let me move next to the question of what is an industrialist? How do we use the term? What do we seek to achieve by using the term? Now, in the early days of BEE, what essentially was the dominant model was the model where Black South Africans secured a very small stake in an established firm. Sometimes as low as 1%, 0.5%, 2%. Look, some of these are large firms, so even 2% represents a big capital value. But you don't develop business skills with being a 2% shareholder. You don't even develop business skills by sitting on the board, even if you have the rights to a board. You develop business skills in the same way that you develop any skill. Journalistic skills is by being a journalist, by going out there, by learning the thing, by making a mistake, by getting the editor talking about the mistake and you feel terrible and next time you don't. All of what we do, we achieve by doing, by learning from doing. Of course, there's also an intellectual component to it. You know, you learn engineering, that's important in industry. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to do it if you don't run a business. So that's the first area that we want to distinguish what we're doing now. What we're doing now, it's not simply trying to get a few percent and a dividend flow. In other words, it's not an enrichment program. It's a program in which we measure our success, not by the dividend flow that comes to Black South Africans, but by the output of those Black South Africans in terms of GDP contribution, additional investment, jobs that are created, and so on. So that's one part that we're dealing with. There is a second part which is also important. As BEE evolved, a new phenomenon came up, a phenomenon where Black South Africans were often the middle persons in a transaction. So, for example, the laptop that I have is procured by the state. So a business would be set up. There would be a tender that the DTIC puts out maybe for laptops, and a black supplier would get that tender. That black supplier would then buy the laptops from wherever, Dell, Apple, wherever the manufacturer is. Now, it's a legitimate business. It happens all over the world. But it's not adding industrial value. It's a middleman or middlewoman. It's a intermediary. So in other words, you create an intermediation service between demand and supply. We wanted to distinguish what we're doing from that, because that too, important as it is in the economy, isn't going to give black South Africans the skills to be able to make the things, whether it's a laptop or glass or pens or food or microphones or so. So when we looked at that landscape, we said, let's run a program where we emphasize those businesses that are producing real goods or providing what we call productive services. Not the middle services, but productive services. For example, if you make a film, it's a product. Yes, it's a digital product. It's not a thing that you can touch and feel, but it's a product. If you make food sources or the panels that go onto the Mercedes, they all are products that you make. In most cases, the very micro businesses, we don't describe as black industrialists. So if you do a couple of shoes in your back room that you sell on the flea market, that wouldn't be typically regarded as a black industrialist. That's a black industrialist in the making. And we want to encourage it, we want to nurture it. But we're looking at people that are in formal businesses. So that's the first distinction. The second one is they would tend to be, they can be small businesses, but they have niches. Interesting, if you look at the German economy, Germany is probably one of the most dynamic manufacturing economies in the world. And what distinguishes Germany from many other economies is they've got your large companies, Siemens, Mercedes-Benz, and all of the other big German companies. But the single most dynamic part of the economy are what they call the middle layer. It's your small and medium enterprises. And they're not low-tech, domestically focused. They're high-tech, and they export. They export the tiniest niches, something that is, it doesn't have a massive scale, but it's sold all over the world. And we're trying to develop a means by which we can empower many. Look, our unemployment rates are just extraordinary. So we need a model that can bring many more people in. And so for these small, medium, and large businesses, they are industrialists. They're not middlemen. They're not 5% stake in someone else's company. They produce goods and services. And in the formal sector of the economy, some of them are very large. I'd encourage you to come with us when we do these factory visits. And I do these factory visits to black industrialists. Some of them are medium size. Some are small, but actually their business models are quite interesting. And some may be in the substrata where they are industrialists in the making. They're still finding their feet, and they're doing perhaps garage manufacturing and so on. But those would not be typically what we would describe as black industrialists. I then moved to the, but having said that, I want to say, Vaili, that it's very important to recognize the importance of that layer. That's your incubator layer. And in every society, there you generate the skills that become your successful industrialists. The next one is the question on funding, and there are two elements to the question. The one was asked by Vaili, which is, so the impact question, I've given some of the information on that. But it's an interesting question, Vaili, that you raised, because the bulk of our funding is in the form of loans. And it's in the form of loans, partly to recognize that if we had to give grants, the size of what the state could do would be inadequate for what is needed. And with a loan comes an obligation to repay, and when that obligation is realized, you recycle money that can go to the next black industrialist. So that's the advantage, that the successful businesses generate the very resources that you need to increase the ecosystem of black business. There will also be failures. In any market economy, you have companies that succeed, you have companies that fail. And if you have a planned economy, No individual firm fails because everything is guaranteed. If you have a market economy, it's risk-based. We have risk systems in place. Generally, the state is prepared to take a higher level of risk than the private sector does. All over the world. It's called development finance. The definition of development finance is that it's publicly guaranteed monies. It doesn't always have to be public money. It can even be private money, but guaranteed by the state, that would reach entrepreneurs that would otherwise not be able to access that money through the commercial capital markets. And so they can't get it in typical markets either because the risk is too high, they don't have the collateral, they don't have the experience. Very often, if you want significant sums, someone wants to see 20 years experience of being in business. Now, with time, we're going to get there as a community where black South Africans, sorry, I missed the point there. I said, we will get there as black South Africans where there will be generational experience, but we're not there yet. Many black businesses, walk around the expo and just talk, you'll see it's first generation businesses. Even the successful ones, you can see, look, this person is really, they're making money. But it's often first generation. The one here is a second generation one. The dad passed away not long ago, and I saw the son is now running that business. It's in the food industry. And by the third, fourth generation, the capital you build, the networks you know, those are all the things that make someone successful. Success is not a function of pigment. Pigment has got nothing to do with your success. So the reason why people with lighter pigments are often very successful is that there is a family tradition. You know people. The dad will know the bank manager because they play golf together. You know, you've been to the same private school. And we don't say this is a bad thing. Everybody will leverage off the relationships that you have. But when you grow up in Soshanguve, you don't have that relationships. Your bank manager typically won't come from Soshanguve. So the state has to level that playing field for a period to be able to do that. And as it's leveled that period and you're successful, then you've got to fly more on your own, and the state must then deploy resources to others. So that's really how we're trying to get this program to work. So many black South Africans pay back the money, if I can quote that famous phrase, and that then gets recycled into new loans for others. Edwin, you've raised an interesting and a difficult question, because the size of the fiscus is such, and the demand that there is potentially for funding support is so great that we can't do it all alone as the state. We will always have companies that won't qualify, even when they have reasonable business plans, because of the limited budget that we have. What the DTIC relies on is first the balance sheets of the IDC. So the IDC is our big funder. The IDC gets no money from government. The IDC has a balance sheet of a portfolio of investors. I give them a mandate as the minister responsible. I say, you need to make money on your traditional investments. You need to have a dividend flow that comes in. You must then take those profits that you're making and deploy it to development funding, where the risks may be higher, where some of it may not be paid back, or will need a much longer period to be paid back, or have to be paid back at a lower interest, because there isn't a fiscal capacity. Brazil has got a completely different model. They pay every month money to their IDC. The state gives on a month, like we do with the UIF, you know. So they give a regular cash injection to their IDC. We don't do that. We think we should do that, but we recognize that when we've got so many challenges of health, of education, of housing, then it is hard for a Minister of Finance to balance these many different things. So we've got to find clever ways to do it. So what have we done? We now, in competition settlements, we work very hard with the competition authorities, that when there are these large mergers, they're often accompanied by supplier development funds, where the private sector puts money into a fund that will then finance startup businesses and so on. Other times we take foreign investors who want to get BEE points. JP Morgan is a very good example. They came to us a little while back and said, we'd like to qualify for BEE points on the ownership thing, but we can't sell shares because JP Morgan is a global company. We say, okay, put some money into a fund. They then put just over 300 million rand into a fund. That fund is now managed by two kind of business funding firms for them, and they look for opportunities where they can make that money available to small and medium-sized businesses to support those businesses. So we do that on quite a wide scale. AB InBev, for example, when they bought SAB, they had to do that. Coca-Cola has put, I think if I recall, the sum 800 million rand into these supplier development funds. PepsiCo said that they've taken a number of areas and said they'll work with black suppliers. So we're also trying to expand the universe of it. And then the other thing that we do when we can't give loans, very often the state can buy from a black supplier. And of course, we want to make sure we keep our prices competitive. So it's not that we'll buy at any price, but we give points for that. And often when you have a guaranteed order, you can go to the bank and get normal funding that the bank would otherwise not give you. So we're finding different ways. If we had a massive pot of money, then it would be easy. We just give grants or loans to everyone. But because that's not possible, we are forced as the state to become more creative in thinking about how to tap into the resources that the private sector has available and do it in such a way that it is to use a cliche, a win-win, that the business community, traditional business, sees advantage to themselves, and we see advantage for small and medium-sized businesses. So, Edwin, I'm sure that your question wasn't intended to get such a lengthy reply, but it's an important question, because the state won't be able to supply funding to every single business, but the state can do many different things that creates an ecosystem of support that very large numbers of companies can tap into and get the benefit from. Walmart is, for example, when Walmart bought the Massmart business a number of years ago, they agreed to put in a supplier development fund. And eventually they had about 33 or so local suppliers, not all black South Africans, but quite a few were black South Africans. And one of those, and I've told this story before, but he's actually an exhibitor here in the marketplace, Ikukasa Green, and he makes cooler boxes. And the story that I told in Pretoria at the meeting that Vaili was also at is that when we were making these CPAP ventilators that were used in hospitals, we needed some components. This is the early days of COVID, and supply lines were broken. And we could rely on his business to help us make some of the components that in turn was used by the CSIR to construct those CPAP ventilators. Those CPAP ventilators were used in public hospitals, but sometime last year I had a meeting with business leaders, and the CEO of Netcare said to me when I said, these are used in public hospitals, he said, by the way, Minister Patel, I must tell you, we've also used them. We also found them very helpful, because at the height of COVID, we too had limited capacity on ventilator. So it illustrates creativity, thinking out of the box about how we can mobilize resources to back the entry of many more South Africans into the economy. And I've covered infrastructure, which is energy. And by the way, energy is a big, big one, but there are also other infrastructure challenges that the state needs to resolve. Water supply in some parts of the country, issues of transport logistics, dysfunctionality of municipalities. It's black businesses as much as it is the rest of the business community. So ensuring that we create a proper ecosystem and I've just talked about the industrial ecosystem, but the overall ecosystem is important. And when we talk to black industrialists, they raise these issues with us, we raise it with them. So it's not as if we can have a program for black industrialists that doesn't also simultaneously raise the importance of fixing the bits that need to be fixed in our infrastructure system. I hope I've covered everything.
Yes, you did, Minister. Can we take another round of 3 questions, which will be probably the last one, depending on the interest? Let me see by show of hands. We've got 2 here. Okay, so this will probably be the last round unless there is some follow-ups. Thanks, Sisi.
Okay, my name is Dineo Faku from the Business Times. I'd like to find out what is the outlook for yourselves. How many black industrialists would like to empower in the next 5 years? And given that, the economy, has not been doing well, how does that outlook affect your plans in terms of economic growth? And I'd also like to find out in which sectors of the economy you would like to see more black industrialists in. And you mentioned employee share ownership schemes. I mean, where do you see them working? What would you think should be done to improve some of the employee share ownership schemes that we have at the moment? I know that fronting has been a big problem previously. Is it something that is still problematic even now? Thank you.
It's a multi-pronged question.
Dimakatso Leshoro from City Press. So, Minister, you mentioned the figures that you mentioned, so I just wanted clarity on that. You said the 160 billion injected into the economy. Is it over 11 or 12 years? Because the president said 11 years, you're saying 12, so just clarity on that. And do you have a budget in terms, per annum for this year, how much you're going to spend on black industrialists, and what does that look like? Outside of, you spoke about the supply development, outside of that process, what is your budget as DTIC? And just in terms of corruption, I mean, I spoke to a couple of delegates here, and the issue of corruption keeps coming up. I mean, it came up in the plenary as well. How are you dealing with that? One of the exhibitors was mentioning how they went to the NEF, were granted a loan, but 2 years later, they're still to receive that because officials from NEF somehow they want a back door of getting that money. So how are you dealing with the issue of corruption? And in terms of exporters, what are the challenges there given what we've seen globally in terms of trade? We've seen protectionism, we've seen issues. I mean, I know the series sector has been complaining about issues of tariffs. Are you helping with regards to that? Or what are the challenges that exporters are finding with, global trade as things stand at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you, Dimakaso. Is there any other question, colleagues, which should probably be the last one? Maybe a follow-up so that we can close after the responses? Okay, that's so
far. Thank you very much. So let me start with Daniel's questions. How many black industrialists do we plan over the next number of years? I mean, at this stage, I would say many thousands. When we started off with this program, I remember then Minister Rob Davies had as his target 100 originally, that we need to do 100 black industrialists, and I think then it was doubled to 200. We already have 900 just in the one BI program. That's not all the things we're doing that's promoting black industrialists. So obviously the number is already higher than that. So what we've decided is that all targets have to be evidence-based. And so the research project that we're looking at now will give us a much better sense of what is the ratio of budget to a successful company. Because if we simply chase numbers, we put a high number, we give out support, grants, loans, and so on, those companies fold, you tick the box, but you've achieved nothing. So those numbers will then be finalized as we get the results of the research out.
How does this impact on economic growth? So up to, for a number of years, and it was picked up by a number of the panelists in the morning session, that black economic empowerment has been seen as, let's call it an affirmative action program, that it's to address issues of legacy and issues of past discrimination. And clearly, it is all of that. But we're trying to change and shift our focus and our story. So the focus is how we can use the entrepreneurial energy of black South Africans to grow the economy. And so now you'll see more and more over the next number of years, our focus is not going to be on what we put in. It's going to be how we can get the maximum out for the economy. And so the kind of projects we back, you'll see increasingly will reflect that. And a good example, I think, will be how we're working with supplier development, for example, now in various sectors. In the auto sector, that's a big driver of South Africa's export performance. And we do vehicle assembly. It's a sophisticated, complex process to pull together these 4,000 to 5,000 separate components that is a car. Because a car is really 4,000 or 5,000 separate components. And you've got to do it at a skill and precision that if someone drives it at 120 or more, that it doesn't fall apart. Now, that means that the OEMs, these are the original equipment manufacturers, they have set very high standards globally, that if you look at the Mercedes-Benz, anywhere in the world, it must meet a certain standard. They don't customize the standards to local markets. Because when you buy that brand, wherever you buy that quality. So our work has been to try to support efforts to bring more black South Africans into their supply chain. And that means working with businesses to achieve that standard. We don't ask Mercedes-Benz to lower the standard to include black South Africans. We work with Mercedes-Benz to lift the standard of black South African output to meet that global standard. So that's essentially, so that's what I call the growth-focused BEE that we're looking at. Moving to the ESOPs, before ESOPs, which sectors are we looking at? Well, obviously, from our point of view, food, beverages, that whole agriculture value chain is very important. It's part of building greater local resilience and food security. We've seen now with a number of global crises. COVID was a global crisis. Ukraine war is a global crisis. It's not a global war, but it's pushed energy prices up right across the world. It's pushed food prices up. Countries that have a greater local supply of food find that they're able to have some buffer against these enormously high price increases. And so food will always be an important area that we want to focus on. The second area is, let's call it the base area of industrialization. Things like steel production, chemicals, all of those areas, they're absolutely critical. And you'll see a number of steel makers and some chemical makers in the marketplace here at the convention center. And of course, a tiny number we've brought here out of a much bigger universe that exists out there. The third area is the green economy. The green economy that wave is reshaping the economies of the future. And we want to make sure that that's not one where black South Africans are left out. So you'll see, for example, Bushveld has it's a mining company. They have the development from the vanadium value chain to new gen battery technologies. Now those are significant green ones. You'll see a black-owned business that's got a shareholding, so they're capital providers to green renewable energy programs, so that our capital from the black community also help to drive renewable energy. So there's those kind of examples in the green economy. In what I would call the tech-driven sector, which is digital, but not only digital, we're also getting black South Africans in. If you go to BT Industries, inside, they were explaining to the president the kind of innovations they now introducing in medical care, for example. So pharmaceutical, medical products, all of those things are important. Some of them are high-tech, but all of them are important. In machining, the machines and equipment, there's a big market on the African continent. We're the major supplier there. And so there we would also see. So I can take more, but I've illustrated with a few examples the kind of areas that we're building capability. When I say we, I mean as a society. Governments can't create an industrialist. It doesn't work like that. You can create an environment in which an enterprising person with an engineering mind or a ability to sort out all the supply chain logistics can become the industrialist. If you create a bad environment, you don't have many industrialists. If you create a good environment, they thrive. The best ones succeed. Some will fail. That's the nature of how these things go. ESOPs. There are some challenges that as we expand the number of ESOPs in the economy that we would have to grapple with. The first of this is, how do you finance the ESOPs? And as with many of the traditional BEE funding mechanisms, ESOPs are often funded by what they call vendor funding systems. So how that works is, you get the shares allocated to a trust, you do a projection of the growth of the company, you then cost into your system, because when the shares are transferred, it's a cost to the company in accounting terms. So let's say you transfer R1 billion worth of value to a trust. That is a cost that you have to expense in your financial statements. Now that is then financed by the company through the dividend flows that would have gone there. Now that can work, but it's got many problems. The first problem is you could tie all of your dividends up for 10, 15 years. And often with workers, they want to see some immediate benefit. Second problem is, if you get your costings wrong and your projections wrong, and the company don't perform at the, let's say, often heroic assumptions that you make they're going to perform, then the project is underwater, meaning that the price of the share is worth less than the debt that you've incurred on paper in buying the share. So we'll have to get more work done on those kind of things as we increase the universe of ESOPs. Many of the ESOPs have been quite successful, but a lot of the ESOPs are in the mining sector. So they do very well during the boom years. They do less well during the commodity price downswing. But I guess, on balance, I mean, the stories in the platinum sector, for example, of ordinary workers, the extraordinary sums that they often received during the height of the commodity cycle means that they may be able to manage the downswings also. So I've given one example. There are governance issues that one would have to deal with. Often workers are shareholders, but they don't have shareholder rights. One of the fundamental shareholder rights is the ability to vote for and appoint members to a board. In the case of Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, and a few other companies, Imperial and others, we have been able to get agreement that workers will serve on the boards of those companies too. So it's an interesting question, and maybe one day we should have a focus just on the ESOPs, and where we can go into many more of those. But as we deal with this, new challenges and difficulties come up, which we can then deal with. Fronting, yes, it's still a problem. There's better laws now, much greater punishment to people who basically, it's like any kind of fraud. You can call it fronting, but it's fraud. You misrepresent for financial gain. And but it's no longer as prevalent as it was in the early days in, some of it may have gone less visible in smaller deals and so on. And we will be looking at some ways in which we can improve the functioning of the regulators to deal with this. The one regulator that has been able to do quite well in this is the Competition Commission. They've tied tight agreements, they enforce it, they've got the capacity and so on. Then, Dimakatso, if I can go to your questions. So the first one was on the budgetary issues. Let's say what's the firepower of the DTIC in dealing with this? I will always say to you, not enough. But of course, as I said earlier, as a member of cabinet, I have to bear in mind that there are many needs that the country has, and I may be passionate about this, and the cabinet may be passionate, but we have other challenges we have to address with. So at the moment, we have an annual manufacturing budget that targets investment in the productive sectors of the economy, and it's about, if I count it all up, I'd say it's about 6 billion DG, taking all of the different elements. Not all of that goes to black industrialists. So they go often to opportunities that can grow jobs or grow output or grow exports that are not necessarily by black industrialists. So an increasing part of our focus will be as we support an established business. Because we don't want to say, let's put all of our money just into the black industrialist program. But if we're going to support an established business, we need to get them to agree to bring smaller and medium-sized black businesses into their supply chain. Give example. I sat down a few weeks ago with a couple of big food players, and we were talking about Saudi Arabia and a business council that we are going to be announcing in the next number of months with Saudi Arabia. And we took some smaller players, but we also took some big players. And we said to the big players, your job will be not only to sell your products, but to help sell the products of smaller South African businesses, particularly black-owned businesses. So our budget won't be the only way in which we're going to drive this. I mean, you've seen in the competition space, it's been some extraordinary measures. For example, the panel beaters issue. For many, many years, smaller panel beaters were not on the panels. You know, if you take insurance, you can only, if your car's smash, you can only go to one of the panel beaters, those that's on that insurance company's panel. So the Competition Commission did a probe, found that this conduct is anti-competitive, and the industry agreed to major reforms to open up to black players. And we brought 9 panel beating businesses here just to meet with the other financiers and so on, to be part of the networking opportunity. So I just wanted to cover that. On the budget, Stephen, the figures that we've had is for a 12-year period. Because, of course, we use financial years, it may be that, you know, there's a couple of, for the more recent financial years, some of the transactions would not have gone through the audited process yet. So you'd have that little bit. So maybe the president's 11 years was just to be cautious about it, but we've covered, I'd guess, the bulk of a 12-year period in the numbers. Corruption, I mean, with corruption, you can just never be sufficiently vigilant. The minute you relax, this toxic, cancerous thing can manifest itself in the body politic of the state. So members of the media may recall in 2017, we released information, I was still in the economic development space, of the impact of corruption on GDP, on jobs, and so on. Because corruption is not, you're not taking from the wealthy, you're taking from the poor. Because that resource, directly or indirectly, would have benefited ordinary citizens. And so we've got to be absolutely vigilant. by and large, I think, and we speak to business people all the time, by and large, they feel that the DTIC group has been able to deal with these kind of matters with integrity. They may complain that it takes a bit long. They may complain that they were declined and they were unhappy with the reason and so on. But generally, we don't really have stories about people wanting money back door or under the table. Where we hear that, we take action. And I would love to hear if there's anything that any member of the media hears. We'll treat the complaint with the necessary confidentiality and so on, but we've got to stamp it out because there's no level of corruption that's tolerable. Because even if it is just one transaction, and even if it's small, if you don't stamp it out, it's going to grow and it's going to divert resources. So where any, and we've got these toll-free numbers, and we're looking at how to, we're now creating an anti-corruption unit in the department that would be available to any member of the public to complain, and where we can look at it, where it involves any of our entities. So in other words, that entity doesn't have to investigate itself. And of course, we need to also create something that is as they would say, a Chinese wall, so that even if there's allegations against members of the department, that it must be investigated. On the question of exporters and the trade story, if I got it correctly, Dimakatso, and I'm not sure that I picked up all of the question. Essentially, our big growth long term has to come from increasing the level of exports and to change the composition of that export. Last year we had a really great year on exports, but it was driven, number one, by commodities, so your basic minerals that you dig up, with very little value addition locally. Now what that means, it's not a bad thing to get that money, it's great for the country, but you're not creating as many jobs, and you're not creating as many sources of economic empowerment and development in the society. And so we're trying to get more manufactured exports to the rest of the world. But it requires, among others, that we fix the energy issue. Coming back to the earlier points that Heidi and Wiley said, that these things are connected, that a successful export effort means that you've got to be able to price at a better price than people who get cheap energy. And so if your energy prices go through the roof, then you are going to undermine your export effort. So we are trying to see how we can address all of these comprehensively. But at the same time, while we deal with the many problems, as a country from 1994, we've had to deal with challenges, and as more than one president has said, South Africa has been a story of building the aircraft while we're in the air. And it comes with turbulence and challenges and difficulties. But anyway, as they say, you get to where you want to be from where you are, not from where you wish you were. And so it means we are where we are. We've got to fix where we are and then move with confidence and deal with these systemic problems that undermine our performance. Infrastructure gaps, corruption, breakdown of rule of law. That's an important area that people need to feel that their investments are safe. All of those issues, South Africa still have, with all of our problems, when I talk to investors, we still seem to have a significant edge on the African continent, even with energy. And I know this is a difficult one. We're still the biggest generator of electricity in sub-Saharan Africa by a big mile. But that's not the solace we want. The solace must be that we're going to fix our energy system, because you can't also have the biggest industry when you allow your energy systems to be run down. And one of the reasons we have attracted investment in the past is because we have a strong infrastructure, and we've got to now fix it and get it up to the strengths that's required. Thank you very much to the members of the media. I appreciate the interest. I hope you enjoy the dinner with us tonight and the award evening. And I think the department is seeking to make an arrangement, Lerato, for an engagement and Malebo and DG, where you can meet some of the companies that are receiving these awards. We've selected them that some would be you'd immediately get it, but we're also trying to encourage. You don't want to only take your top technology companies and so on. You want to take a mix that ordinary business persons must see themselves in the winners if they try hard in building their businesses. And you're going to have some great stories tonight. I hope you'll agree with me afterwards, and we'll make that arrangement. So thank you very much. Back to our program director.
Thank you very much, Minister. I just wanted to bring it to the Makatso's notice, the CEO of NEF would like to have a bilateral with you offline just to talk about the pumps greasing claims by the NEF officials, just maybe to take it offline. Other than that, thank you very much for coming, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your time. Thank you.